Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the 5:30 PM special meeting of the City Council, July 23rd, 2024. This time we will call to order, and could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Mendoza.
Here.
Vice Mayor Meyer.
Here.
Councilmember Pierson.
Present.
Councilmember Orlemans.
Here.
Mayor Bryant.
Here. If you could join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This time I will open for public comments. Margaret?
At this time, the public present in the chambers and on Zoom are permitted to address the City Council on items that are on the closed session agenda. We'll take public comments from the chambers and then Zoom. Remarks are limited to 5 minutes. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that are not on the agenda or after the timer has expired, and we receive no written public comments for this item. I have no speaker cards in person, and I have no hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. Then at this time, we will close public comment, and I need a motion to recess to closed session.
So moved. Second.
I have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we are in recess. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the July 23rd, 2024 City Council and Successor Agency meeting at 7 p.m. We do have a quorum. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Mendoza,
Here.
Vice Mayor Meyer,
Here.
Councilmember Orlemans,
Here.
Councilmember Pierson,
Present.
Mayor Bryant.
Here. If you could join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, there is nothing at this time to report out from closed session. At this time, we will open public comments. The public comment timeframe for tonight's meeting will be 5 minutes per speaker. Turn it to you, Margaret.
At this time, the public present in the chambers are permitted to address the city council on items that are not on the agenda. Items listed under presentations, informational reports are on the consent calendar. Requests for future agenda items, new request. Comments for the detailed items, agenda items, or business items should be made when that item is called. Please limit your remarks to 5 minutes. The microphone will be muted when the timer expires. And I received no written public comments for this portion of the meeting. I do have 4 speaker cards. I'll call on Paul.
Thank you. On July 4th, 1776, a group of 56 visionaries were driven to declare independence from an occupying army, leading to the ratification of the Constitution of the United States on 1789. We triumphed in more then, a small yet motivated nation that would become the most prosperous, powerful, embracive, and stable on earth. Today, we again face an occupying army. Our security is at risk from terrorists, gangs, criminals, and foreign military and espionage forces who are now residing in our country and likely in our community. The FBI has issued dire warnings about coordinated kinetic as well as cyber attacks on our infrastructure. There are also internal risks caused by incompetence. We recently experienced a global IT outage on July 19th caused by a small piece of code distributed in a software update to the Windows operating system. CrowdStrike, the cybersecurity company that caused the outage, said this wasn't a malicious attack, yet it caused more damage than all the ransomware hacks combined. On July 13th, an assassination attempt was made on the leading candidate for president. The director of the Secret Service resigned today because of gross negligence and security breaches that enabled a 20-year-old man carrying a 12-foot ladder, an AR-15 rifle, to saunter up to a building, climb to the roof, and take 8 shots at the former president. When it comes to our security here in Brentwood, who can we rely upon? Imagine that our essential infrastructure was disabled by a regional attack by enemy insurgents. Imagine waking up one morning without water, sanitation, electric power, gasoline, food deliveries, medicines, hospitals, cell phones, internet, or access to cash or banking. Imagine, does our plan here in Brentwood and in surrounding communities address the conditions I noted? I noticed an article in the Brentwood Press about the purchase of military featured rifles and training for our police. Mentioned was the purchase of 5,000 rounds of .556. FBI Director Chris Wray has warned that a wide-scale coordinated attack is very possible. Will we be able to protect ourselves with local forces? We may not be able to rely upon national forces. An army of at least 10 times the 5,000 rounds would be the minimum needed, especially if a locally trained and deployable militia is to be supported, which should be considered. This is why our founders penned the Second Amendment. Our government in Washington has created the heightened terrorism risk we now face by opening our borders while empowering enemies in Afghanistan, China, Iran, with linkages to Hezbollah and Hamas, Mexican drug cartels, and Russia, who is now aligned with North Korea. We also have an emboldened criminal class prone to raiding and rioting. Our protection will rely on us. Will we be prepared to survive? Not for 2 to 3 days, but for 2 to 3 months. A type of survival training program is now being initiated in Taiwan in preparation for a war with China, teaching people how to protect themselves, stockpile resources, and perform first aid, among other things. We should initiate such a training program here. It's always better to anticipate problems than regret you didn't. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Danny.
Good evening. Okay. And I do apologize. I'm freestyling. I found that when I try to do it prepared, I'm doing this way too much. And I want to look you guys in the eyes when I say this. Later on today, we're going to talk about ethics and journalism. But it got me thinking about ethics, period. So let me talk, first off, about the ethics of traffic here in Brentwood. Come on now. Oh, did I turn it down? Oh, man. Now it decides it doesn't want to do it. Come on, you're burning daylight here.
As I stand here in front of you with 30 years of experience as a traffic engineer, I don't have that solution. Maybe Mr. Abrams does, and if he does, I'd love to hear it. As I stand here in front of you with 30 years of experience as a traffic engineer, I don't have that solution. Maybe Mr. Abrams does, and if he does, I'd love to hear it.
If you don't recognize that voice, that is our traffic engineer who spent 30 years and can't come up with a solution. We're talking about Bridlegate, but, you know, I already had the same rant about Shay. So, you know, the ethics of not only this guy who, by his own accord, seems like he doesn't know how to do his job, but the ethics of staff as a whole to promote Bridlegate again in the present setup it is. Planning spent 7 hours going through every possible thing that was wrong with Bridlegate. The sad thing is, there wasn't really any change from the last iteration of Bridlegate, okay? We have a city attorney who, when asked about what court case was won by us regarding Bridlegate, blah, blah, it was, well, you know, really wasn't that was won in the court case. It really was skirting stuff. And it's, well, wait a minute. This should be the easiest thing in the world. We have a judgment. It was in our favor. And yet, staff went forward with that 700-odd page opus that regurgitated the same stuff that turned down Bridlegate again and again and again and again. And then with EIR reports, or revised EIR reports, which technically isn't even a term, it never addressed, or actually, it met mitigation, factors or whatever they called it. Until, of course, someone came out and said, well, what about this? What about that? But staff still approved it. What really killed me, and now, the ethics in Encino, I'm not even going to try to rationalize that. But when I saw the map and 3 of the 4 capped oil wells are underneath actual property, one of them has 2 oil wells under their house, and staff approved this. I'm like, oh my God, what, this was overlooked? I mean, that's a rhetorical question because the first slide that was thrown up there didn't have the oil wells. Then I happened to mention, because I thought that big monster space was where the oil wells were. And then that's when the second version came up with little X's. And I'm looking, I'm like, I can't say exactly what I said to myself because I'm trying to be nice. But I couldn't believe, one, that Sino tried to get away with it. That's why I caught myself. Of course, I can believe that. But 2, 3, 4, and 5, that staff either omitted, diverted, misdirected these facts. And yet, we still allow these shenanigans. I said in the planning meeting, we're going to build homes there eventually. It can't be helped. But God bless it. Do your job.
The next speaker is Ian.
Well, good evening, Council. Last time I stood here, I told everyone about the club I started over at Heritage High. So since last meeting, I went to Florida. You know, it took forever flying in Southwest. I don't recommend flying across the nation on Southwest, but I can only afford so much. So I competed in the entrepreneurship. I went to my my objective test, and I got top 15 in the nation so far. So I was up against Homestead High, China, and a few other states. Out of the 4 groups from California, I was the only individual. Only 2 made it on, me from here, and then Homestead High, a group, where they ironically had a member named Ian as well. And out of the California group, we're in different sections. The base section, the section we're in, sent all of our 10 high schools to nationals. Some of the other regions only sent about half of their high schools, so we were impressive as a base section altogether. But on the second to last day of conference, I went in for my case study, and man, it was hard. It was about environmentalism and making up an investment stuff. But the next day, I'm proud to let the city of Brentwood know I got 9th in the nation. I brought home a cool trophy to Heritage High. Unfortunately, Homestead did get 4th, but still, I brought home a top 10 title to the city of Brentwood. And I just want to let council know that I cannot promise, but my next year's board, they better bring home more to Brentwood. And this is just the beginning for future business years of America here in Brentwood. Thank you.
The next speaker is Holly.
Before I get in my speech of why I'm here, I believe a few thank yous are in order, and I apologize for not doing this sooner. To the City of Brentwood, Mayor Joe Bryant, Officer Mitch Brulette, and KCW, thank you so much for taking those children on the city tours. They learned so much, and so did the parents. My son still talks about it. You instilled a memory to last a lifetime in those kids, and I truly thank you for that. The City of Brentwood altogether has an amazing staff who cares. As I go into my speech, I want to tell you this is not an attack against anyone in any way. I want to state the facts as the public needs to know, and this is my opinion on the matter. I have a great respect for you, just remember that, and I know during the times of COVID, you made sure no one lost their jobs, and you did not force any employee to get a non-FDA vaccine, and I truly, truly thank you for that. I'm here today to speak about the reason the Brentwood employees are here because the public needs to know. City Council approved a class compensation study for a cost in 6 figures. This study was right up my alley as I have been working in HR since 2002. My job has entailed wage reviews, hires, termination, employee investigations, employee benefits, annual enrollment, and the list goes on. The wage study, which was paid for, was distributed to the employees. Per that study, most of the employees were underpaid. That information, which was paid for, was then reevaluated not by the company who conducted the study, but by other entities, and now most of the employees are overpaid. To say that employee morale is low in a time of inflation would be an understatement. In addition, there's some talk about having the employees Y-rated, meaning they would not have a pay decrease but not be eligible for a pay increase. Never in my 20-year tenure in HR have I ever seen a class and compensation study thrown out. If the city was not going to use the study and conduct their own, why did we even pay for the study in the first place? This has led to more morale for city employees, and what happens when you don't take care of employees and morale is low? Things start to fall apart, and you not only see this with cities, but with companies, restaurants, and even relationships. The city needs to make employees feel value, and Y rating is not valuing our employees. As a mother bringing up 3 children in the city, this is concerning because I've lived in cities that fall apart, and that is not a good situation. When your city falls apart, so do your schools, public safety, and it's a domino effect. Many of these employees are tenured employees, and if you Y-rate them, it would be more beneficial for an early retirement than waiting for your wage to catch up. being in the profession of hiring, I can tell you that you do not want a blue-collared workforce to leave in abundance all at once. You are not going to find the kind of employees that you have now, and that's a fact. The average age of carpenters and contractors is 41, meaning that the tough work these guys are doing aren't being done by the newer generation. I can tell you when the city posts a job noting a college degree preferred, you're going to lose your qualified candidates because no person with a degree statistically is going to be knee-deep in sewer water or paving roads in 100-degree weather. Per the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, cost of living has increased 3% in 2023, 6.5% in 2002, and 7% in 2021. We need to take care of our employees like they take care of us. I've seen how hard these employees work. I can guarantee you if a pipe bursts on Christmas Day, you can call on these guys and they would come out. They go the extra mile. I've seen these employees leave my own functions to help employees on call because they needed it. They weren't working, but they cared enough about the city and their coworkers to show up and help. They go the extra mile for us. We need to do it for them. Take care of these employees because I want my children to grow up here. I don't want the city to fall apart, and it will if we do not do what's right. Do not Y-rate these employees. Give them the pay they deserve. Thank you.
I have no additional speakers.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public comments and move into informational reports from council members, committees, liaison, and staff. I'll start at my right, Council Member Mendoza.
Thank you, Mayor. Since the last time we met, I attended Hometown Nights in downtown Brentwood. It was a lot of fun. We had never had that before, and there's going to be another one this Thursday night if you'd like to attend. I believe it is from 4 to 8 o'clock. I was invited to the very first city council meeting for Mountain House. It's the 483rd city in the state. And it was actually inspirational. It kind of reminded me of why I ran and just, you know, the people are the most important thing. So thank you to Mountain House. I attended the 4th of July parade. We had a great time. All 4 of us were together and our mayor was right ahead of us. It was a good time. Attended the LUD meeting, met with residents at Somerset, attended the budget subcommittee meeting, attended a backpack giveaway hosted by Hijas del Campo where they invited the labor commissioner to come out and speak, which was, I think, you know, we forget that there's laws around employment. So your hours of work, your rest times, your lunch time, how you get your wages and all of that good stuff. So if anyone's out there and they forget, if they need some help, call your labor commissioner. It's important. I know I had an instance here in town where someone wasn't getting their tips and they called the labor commissioner and they were able to work through it. So don't forget that we pay our taxes for them to take care of us during our employment. I watched the Planning Commission meeting and attended a presentation from Mark Foley at BART. And ridership is really down, so they've got a lot of challenges coming to them. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens in government over the next few years. Thank you.
Councilmember Pierson.
Good afternoon, everyone. Since the last meeting, I was a part of the 4th of July parade with all the other council members and the mayor and the vice mayor. Watch part of the Planning Commission meeting, attended 2 Rotary meetings, did work on policy drafts, on a policy and draft for the Debbie Committee, attended the LUD meeting, and attended the Age and Disability Committee. And I just wanted to say, since this is the informational report, that I'm so proud. You all have probably saw this in the Brentwood Press, on some of the other Contra Costa news or blog site, a couple of other media's outlets. But on the day of the 80th history of the Port Chicago 50, the government signed an exoneration for all of the people. So it was an amazing, amazing, amazing feat. Make sure you go ahead and take a look at it. The Washington Post also did a great article, Contra Costa County Bar Association. And they just had their big event out there this last weekend. So to make that announcement.
Thank you. Councilman Orleman.
Good evening, everybody. Since the last meeting, I attended the Tri-Delta Transit meeting. Hometown Nights in downtown from the Downtown Brentwood Coalition, an amazing event. first time, and then as the other council member already said, they're doing it again next Thursday. I attended the 4th of July parade and celebration. I attended the Oakley's 25th anniversary celebration, which was really nice celebration. Had a parade downtown and then had a lot of events for the kids. I got to take my grandkids with me and they got to play on everything. It was amazing. Really good event. Oh, and I presented a certificate from the city of Brentwood acknowledging our new little sister city. So it was amazing. It was a great event. I attended the Chamber of Commerce ribbon cutting for Turner Insurance, the Finance and Budget Committee meeting, the Chamber of Commerce ribbon cutting for Denny's, just last weekend, Farmers Market, as well as Makers Boulevard. I watched the Planning Commission meeting and the LUD meeting, and I think that's about it.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Since we were here last, I also attended the Mountain House Incorporation ceremony, and I would agree it was definitely very inspiring. There was a lot of community members there, a lot of elected officials from around the state. California League of Cities sent someone. It was so crowded in that room that they actually had a secondary room where people would go and watch on a screen. Very, very inspirational. Watched the Planning Commission meeting, attended the Mayor's Conference, and there was a discussion about wildfire mitigation. I know we've done a lot of emergency mitigation measures, kinds of community outreach, but ConFire has been doing a lot of presentations to cities, and I think they might want to come and do something like that here. The 4th of July parade, and I agree, I did enjoy the collaborative kind of float thing that we did. That was fun. Meeting with Somerset residents, attended the Aging and Disabilities ad hoc meeting, and also a presentation by Mark Foley with BART. I was going to say the ridership compared to pre-COVID is only at 43%. There are new secure fare gates that are going to be installed in Antioch by the end of the year. There's a projected $300 million annual deficit beginning in fiscal year 2027. And there are discussions about a regional transit funding through a ballot measure projected for 2026. And that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Since the last time we met, I met with Supervisor Burgess and a team from an international business co-op discussing regional economic development. That's in early stages, but it's very nice to be able to say that our economic development team here in Brentwood has done such an outstanding job getting Brentwood's quality of life, business opportunities for high-tech jobs on the map of businesses and corporations that are looking for a place that they're coming out here taking a look at what we have to offer. And that's always exciting. I attended the 4th of July parade. It's great to be in it, but it's always even more fun to watch the families and the kids participate in it as well. I had the opportunity, was out of town taking some training, and I got to spend some time in support of some fellow pilots, the Tuskegee Airmen, the Red Tails. Got to meet some of the last remaining Tuskegee pilots. And it's really an honor to spend time with men that have dedicated their lives to the degree they have to protect us and our rights. Had the opportunity to present to the Petty family a certificate in honor of their son who attained the rank of Eagle Scout. I attended the 100 years anniversary for Ace Hardware here in town. There were a lot of folks there. They had great popcorn as usual, but a lot of barbecue, a lot of time spending time with our neighbors and residents. And former Mayor Bob Taylor and I spent about an hour and a half together. And if you ever get an opportunity to spend an hour and a half with our former mayor, you will hear some interesting stories. And it was great to see him doing as well as he is. Also, I attended the Tri-Delta Transit meeting, and I met with 8 different residents over the weekend at our local farmers stands, 3 different stands, and got to spend about 4 hours listening to the concerns and offering some information about new laws, new regulations that the city of Brentwood and our council has done to help mitigate some of the concerns that they have that our neighboring communities are struggling with. And that's all I have to report at this time. This time, we'll move into consent calendars. And do I have a motion for the consent calendar?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Mayor, I'd like to make a recommendation that I can move J1 after we do G1, please.
Okay. Is that okay with council that we move J1 after G1? Okay. So at this time, we will move into public hearings. This next item is to consideration of Orchard Grove subdivision. I understand there's been a request from the applicant to continue this item and also the confirmation that this item will not, I'll have our city attorney explain what I'm talking about.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, as Planning Manager Eric Nolthenius will tell us in just a minute, the applicant has requested a continuance of this item. As you know, this is one of the projects that would otherwise be subject to the 5-meeting limit. Generally, those 5 meetings are counted to include continuances, but because this continuance has been requested by the applicant and is not made necessary by the city, the applicant has agreed that this continuance shall not count as one of the 5 meetings that you all have to consider this project. And by you all, I mean the city. So he has confirmed that for us in writing, and I can turn it over to Eric to fill in the rest.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'll make this brief. Staff received word late this morning from the applicant that the desire was to request a continuance in order to work out a few issues with the seller of the property. So at this time, the recommendation from staff would be to simply continue it to a future date rather than a date specific, not knowing how long that's going to take. And when that's all figured out, it will be renoticed and put on a separate agenda. So with that, I'll turn it back to the mayor for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions of staff regarding this item?
I'll make a motion to continue item. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, sorry, public comment. I'll make it continue.
At this time, we will open public comment. Turn to you, Margaret.
At this time, the public present in the chambers and on Zoom are permitted to address the city council on the continuance. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak under public comment. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. We'll take public comments from the chambers, then Zoom. Remarks are limited to 5 minutes. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer is expired. We received no written public comments for this item. I have 1 hand raised in Zoom and 1 person wishing to speak in person. Danny?
Good evening again. Shay is helping you dodge a bullet. Our traffic engineer, I said this at a planning meeting, and I'll say it now for the record. If I lived in that area, or if I had children going to that school, or I had kids playing in that park, I would take him to small claims court. Because to say that he's incompetent doesn't do it justice. And for those who don't know how to take someone to small claims court, Danny Dorman at Comcast.net. I will walk you through it. I'll even be that person that serves. It would be my pleasure. Because he is risking lives.
Mr. Dorman.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I'll talk about Shay. You're right. I'm sorry. One goes with the other. The continuance. And I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. My mistake was, to me, this is all together. I don't know what the continuance is, other than working a few things out, and it's with the seller. That's why I may have erroneously delved into something that falls out this purview. So, but Shay did help you dodge a bullet. And I'm hoping that when Shay comes back with whatever issues, they are resolved. And hopefully the issues that are resolved include traffic mitigation or anything around those things, because if Shay does exactly what it wants to do when the project's done, there's no going back. So again, not knowing what the issue is other than they have to work something out, great. They helped you dodge a bullet. So thank you.
Thank you.
I have no additional speaker cards in person. I'll call on Cinziana on Zoom. Cinziana, go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this non-item, I guess, at this point, since Shea Homes did ask for a continuance for their second part of the Orchard Grove development. I want you to really make a note of this continuance and really understand and have conversations, even with city attorney, why this item was continued. I don't want to put, a public comment on something that's somewhat private, but please keep in mind that this item has been continued, and it's for a very good reason. So I hope you made a note. And then it is related with item H5 on tonight's agenda coming up. And I want to urge you and ask you, for the benefit and to the benefit of my neighborhood, to not put this item on the agenda before. And Margaret, I'm really sorry, I just can't see my timer, so I don't know how much time I have to speak. But what I would like to ask City Council is to make sure this item is not put back on the agenda until the requests under item H5 are satisfied. Our neighborhood's been waiting for 6+ years to understand why do we have to deal with traffic and all the safety issues that have been reiterated in front of Planning Commission, Land Use Commission, as well as City Council over and over again. And we have not been heard. We want to be heard, and we want to be involved in finding a solution for our neighborhood in the context of new school coming in, new school coming, asking for increased number of students, as well as 81+ homes being built next door to us. It is very important, and it is your duty as elected officials to keep your residents safe. So please do not have the conversation and the item related to the Orchard Grove Part 2, whatever they call it these days, before we figure out solutions for Lone Oak Road, Caper, Gracie Lane, and even Adams Lane. So thank you for your time and your attention to this matter, and I hope we can find a good resolution for our our neighborhood. Thank you.
I have no additional hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public comment. And do I have a motion on this item?
I make a motion to continue this item until further notice from the applicant.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Okay, the item moves. Item J1. This is a request from Vice Mayor Meyer and Council Member Mendoza to discuss requiring that media outlets used by the city be held to the Society of Professional Journalists Code of Ethics. And I will ask Vice Mayor Meyer and Councilmember Mendoza to explain their request.
Thank you. I'm going first, if that's all right. This is definitely an item that is sparking a lot of feelings on both sides. But I did want to clarify a few things. One of them is I am not, my goal with this was absolutely not to curtail free speech. I mean, I'm the one that keeps bringing back Zoom public comments that get voted down. So that's certainly not something I'm interested in. I do, in a perfect world, we would be able to say that in a city like Brentwood that is becoming more and more diverse and that we're starting to really recognize and celebrate the diversity of, that we could ask our news outlets to hold themselves to a standard of making sure that the comments on their posts are not racist or discriminatory or that follow a code of ethics. We are typically not able to do that. I know that there are news media outlets, established ones, that have their own internal ethical codes that they stick to. I did speak with 3 different representatives that are either currently or formerly with established news outlets. And in fact, I used to work for a local paper. I also used to work in media for a radio station. So I have some experience in this area. My concern is that we're in a national, in fact, worldwide climate right now of media being a feeding frenzy. The things that we're seeing, the things that we're reading are causing harm across the board, sometimes physical. I went back and listened to that agenda item. I did not see any part of that where anyone was asked to sign anything. It was more of a request to hold yourself to a standard. There was no request that said we aren't working with anybody who doesn't sign it. Just pointing that out. I do think after speaking with the 3 representatives that I had phone calls with, that there is a sense that there are some local outlets that are not following safe procedures and ethical procedures. And I think that's going to have to be something, at least in my opinion, that comes from within. We as a city can choose who we spend advertising dollars with, who we release press releases to, but we also need to hear from, the public about what your thoughts are on this. I'm looking at this item. I read the article from Stockton where they were actually having to do a restraining order against a local blogger who was causing such a frenzy that people were feeling unsafe. The city was divided. It's not a new idea. We've had discussions around this months ago. There was a discussion about bringing something like this to the Debbie Committee so that we could address all of our vendors that we work with, following a certain level of ethics when it comes to how they present, how they market, how they work with us, how they ask their own staff to operate. The idea to me is not as controversial as what we're hearing from the public. Again, I have no desire to curtail the freedom of speech. I mean, we all sit here and listen to people slamming us and attacking us on a regular basis. It comes with the territory, we know that. Sometimes it's ethical, sometimes it isn't. Sometimes people choose to pick up a news item and twist it into something that it doesn't need to be. Sometimes there are, clickbait, if you want to call them that, headlines that change the focus and the primary goal of an agenda item. For me, sometimes we bring agenda items forward that end up going in a different direction than what we thought. And it's very important to me that we have these open discussions. I am open to where this goes. I think we're probably all going to have some thoughts on this. I know we've received some comments on it, but I think it's really important that we have this discussion in open. I mean, we cannot talk to each other outside of one other person on council. I can't talk to anybody here except with Councilmember Mendoza, who brought this forward, and so we discussed it. But no one else here knows what the rest of us are thinking. It's a rule that we follow because, of course, we're trying to be ethical. So I just wanted to bring this up and to say that I think this is something that needs to happen in a public setting. We all need to be able to put our input into here. We need to hear from the public, and we need to make decisions about the city that represent the people that we serve. who are becoming more and more culturally diverse, and we are lucky for it, and we need to respect that and celebrate it in a way that doesn't make people feel unsafe in their own homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Meyer. Yeah, I agree with a lot of what you said. I mean, nowhere did we say we signed it. It's just that we have to figure out as a city how we're going to manage certain information and how we disseminate it. Freedom of speech, you can say whatever you want about me whenever you want to do it. But as a city, I think we also have to look at what's happening in other cities. I think San Jose is the one who had an issue with the blogger and did a cease and desist or a restraining order. I can't remember. Don't quote me on that. And the latest one that, the vice mayor had actually sent me the article about the San Joaquin case that had happened, which I'm going to read some of it to you because someone read it and they said this could be Brentwood. So in 23-24, grand jury received complaints from numerous city employees and officials regarding their belief that a threatening work environment had been created by an ongoing bullying and intimidation from individuals connected to the SMP. Social media platforms is the SMP. The ones interviewed, hold on, let me get there. If they, grand jury, that if they did not agree or support positions pushed by the SMP, then they would be vilified and unfairly attacked on posts on that outlet. Sound familiar? The barrage of posts by the SMP has created a threatening work environment for staff and elected officials in the city of Stockton. The grand jury was also made aware that in addition, I get emotional because I get attacked a lot. The grand jury was also made aware that so I feel what these people felt is what I'm saying. I sympathize with them. The grand jury is also made aware that in addition to these social media posts, city staff felt continually harassed by individuals associated with the social media platform, bombarded them with hundreds of emails, messages, and letters that included personal attacks and deeming accusations. It has been reported to the grand jury that these posts are often written in a biased and misleading way, presented as facts meant to embarrass or target the subjects. These actions have resulted in the suppression of open discussion and the sharing of ideas because of fear of being vilified. Good government requires free and open expression without fear of retribution. That is the thing for me. You can say whatever you want about me. I'm still going to say what I need to say about you. You can write whatever you want. Doesn't matter. It's not going to stop me. I might get emotional, but it ain't going to stop because I care. The findings. City government is hampered by threatening work environment created by the continued harassment and bullying of the SMP. The actions have affected every level of city government. Recommendation, the city council should stop enabling social media platforms from interfering with effective city government through their continued association and or support of individuals associated with the social media platform. So that's what I read, and that's why I brought it. So I talked also to some news outlets today about what could we do, because I'm all about freedom of speech. I think I was, in my first few months, I brought freedom of speech policy for our employees because I feel so strongly about it. But we need to make sure that the information that we send out is correct. And I do think that there are social media platforms that sometimes write things to put the city in a bad light. And I'm going to give you an example. Lazy Dog. Lazy Dog came in, things transpired with the Planning Commission. I spoke to Darren about it. I said, I'm going to call it for review. We had very good reason to call it for review. When it was discovered that I called it for review, the narrative was made up and a narrative was created that made the city look bad and made me look bad, let's be honest. I mean, it could have been any one of us that had called it for review. Darren called and corrected, but that was one time. So anyway, so it goes back to how do we disseminate information to the press and to the public that is fair, that we feel will not get twisted. And in speaking to people today, one of the things I said is, well, can we have a landing page where all social media goes to a landing page, right? Because I think I've come to the conclusion I'm not going to manage anyone the ethics. If that's where your mind lives, that's where your mind lives. I'm not going to change it. So how do we disseminate the information? And what I'm thinking is we can do, one of the people I spoke to, I said, well, what if we do a landing page? And everyone, the public and the press, get the information at the same time. And there's That way they can read it directly from the city and there's no confusion. And I guess the city of Moraga does just that. They have a landing page where they put all of their press releases. They do not send them out. So that would be one suggestion I'm thinking about today. The other thing I'm thinking about is we have social media. I understand we don't have the same reach as different SMPs out there, but what we could do is use our social media spend, our money, to boost those posts. And we would get the same reach they're getting because it pops into people's feeds. And that would be one way that we manage who gets them and what platform they're on. Again, it feels dirty to be on platforms where racism is allowed, misogynistic comments are allowed. And I saw a lot of those with the political climate that we're in and our new presumptive vice president candidate. I saw some really disgusting comments, and it just feels weird that we would support something financially that thinks it's okay we do that. So I think there's a different way that we can do it in-house. I think we need to go back to, we had already, this is before you guys got here, we approved a PIO and the PIO never happened. I think that's one of our mistakes, is as a council, we didn't push the PIO situation. I think that we could have better handled some media inquiries and things like that. It was a PIO. One of the media outlets that I talked to today also said there's a perception about money and who we support. So I know that we spend money on ads, whether it's the police department or it's us. We've got to be very careful about where we're spending our ad dollars. Because if you spend your ad dollars on people that accept racism, that are being looked at for certain things, people think that either us or the police department feel the same way. And that doesn't feel good when people think that, because I defend you guys day in and day out. But I can only do that for so long before people are like, well, why, put your money where your mouth is. So the other thing that, I was concerned about is that it came to my attention that in a local agency, it's a school district, someone spent $750 for graduation announcement or graduation, some kind of graduation ad. Like people, and I talked to other school districts and like, yeah, we don't advertise graduation. Like we can't keep people out of graduation. We don't even have enough tickets. So that was interesting because there's a perception now that there was a pay to play. And that's what I don't want to happen here, that there ever be a perception of pay to play. That's not, during my day job, I am so careful about the pay to play because clink, clink, you can get locked up and taken away during my day job for that. So now that I see it the way people brought it to my attention, we've got to be careful about how we're doing that as well. But I mean, there's a lot we got to talk about. I think when it comes to press releases, I like the idea of a landing page. I think then it is free to everyone. There is no discrimination. There is no picking and choosing. When it comes to our advertising dollars, just like we did on the lead committee, when we opened up the Better for Brentwood money, which is basically you're advertising your city, right? And Better in Brentwood. We put it out there. We got different bids. We chose one. And the thing that I liked about what we did is Councilmember Pierson and I were very honest about how we felt about some of the things in Better in Brentwood. And the person who runs Better in Brentwood, we talked about having more people of color on our posts. We talked about things that maybe didn't feel so comfortable. And this person took it to heart, listened to us, maybe had never seen it like that. And they're doing a phenomenal job. So I guess part of my ask is, if you're media or you're a blogger or whoever you are out there, because anyone can start a page and be a journalist, just let's be ethical. Like, let's not turn into something crazy like we saw in Stockton, because I think this is where we're going next if we don't figure it out. I would be happy to do this next if we didn't figure it out. So that's my item, our item.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll open public comments. Margaret?
At this time, the public present in the chambers and Zoom are permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak under public comment. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. We'll take public comments from the chambers first, then those participating via Zoom. Remarks are limited to 5 minutes. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. We did receive 6 written public comments for this item. There's names are shown on the screen, and they've also been posted on the city's agenda webpage. I have 2 speaker cards in the chambers. The first is Melissa.
Good evening, council members, vice mayor, mayor, and city staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Melissa Van Rooten, and I am a former reporter for the Press.net here in Brentwood. I am in support of the city adopting a news media code of ethics for local publications, and here's why. For as long as I can remember, news media, both broadcast and print, have been on my radar and a major part of my life. I distinctly remember watching the Challenger explosion while seated on the floor of my elementary school's auditorium, reading my weekly local paper, and then watching the live footage on 9/11 from when the first plane hit the World Trade Center straight through the second tower crashing down. I grew up watching the evening news at my grandparents' house. Tom Brokaw, Peter Jennings, Barbara Walters, Dan Rather, and Connie Chung were all the news voices of my youth. In high school, I worked in my school's broadcast team, where we live streamed our morning news program to each classroom, first as a correspondent and then as a director. My role models became women like Cokie Roberts, Nina Totenberg, and Diane Rehm. At the time, I was even considering pursuing a career in broadcast journalism. The biggest attraction to me was knowing that I was going to be given the straight facts without bias, at which point I could then decide for myself how I felt about whatever the topic was. At no point did I have to worry about being influenced by the author's personal opinion or political leaning, because there was pride in accurate, ethical, and balanced reporting, no matter what side of the aisle they may have stood on or what personal friendships they kept. There are several organizations for working journalists, both in the US and internationally, that list a code of ethics that is expected to be abided by, not to mention the individual codes, as Vice Mayor Meyer mentioned, that major media channels expect their reporters to follow. The Code of Ethics created by the Society for Professional Journalists, which is the exact one that our City Council has put forth to adopt, lists 4 main tenets of ethical journalism. Seek truth and report it, minimize harm, act independently, and be accountable and transparent. Each section has a sub-list of how journalists can be expected to adhere to the main point. I won't read them all now, but you can have a look for yourself at spj.com/ethicscode.asp. That being said, absolutely nowhere in the document will you see anything about censorship. However, that seems to be what some local publications and their audience think this is about. This is even how some publications have presented this topic, which is markedly false. If it were true, I would be standing here giving a very different public comment. Make no mistake, I am an ardent advocate for both free speech and freedom of the press, though neither of those things mean freedom from scrutiny. If you are going to call yourself a journalist or a reporter, I personally can't imagine why you'd be bothered by a request to follow a code of ethics, unless, of course, you have an ulterior motive or are worried that it will decrease your audience and affect your bottom line. It's not about censorship. Nobody is being banned from public meetings or events, or even from requesting additional information that might be necessary for articles that they're writing. It simply means that if you can't or won't conduct yourself in a manner befitting a professional journalist, then the city can choose not to spend advertising dollars with you and/or remove you from receiving official press releases. I'd personally urge residents not to be fooled by false narratives and take a hard look at the tenor of the publications they subscribe to. I'd like to believe that fair and balanced reporting still exists, both locally and further afield. In closing, I'd like to reiterate my support for the adoption of this code and leave you with a quote from Ralph Waldo Emerson. "Let me never fall into the vulgar mistake of dreaming that I am persecuted whenever I am contradicted." Thank you.
The next speaker is Danny.
The First Amendment, a subject that is near and dear to my heart. We all have the right to say what we want. What people forget is that you don't have the right to how I respond. So when I heard about a journalist and a news publication, I started thinking about this. Rachel Maddow is not a reporter. Sean Hannity is not a reporter. They are commentators. They comment. They voice their opinion. They are not reporters. As a matter of fact, Tucker Carlson, the reason Fox dodged Tucker Carlson was because they said, oh, he's not a reporter. Those aren't facts. Those are just his opinions. If you take that logic and look at what's going on, the personal attacks against Councilwoman Mendoza as an example, okay, because I don't think, there's any, oh, really, type of moments going on here. Okay, well, if he's reporting it as fact and it is not true, well, that's libel. That's real simple to me. Doesn't matter if you are a member of the government, member of the public. Okay. If I would, and I have been attacked actually. I forgot. But see, I'm laughing it off because that's how serious I take the guy. I laugh it off. It was like, he said I carried a large knife. I'm cool with that, actually. False as all get out. But I'm cool with that because now it's, ooh, should I really mess with Danny Dorman because he's had that large knife? And it was in the newspaper, so it's got to be true. Okay, it's not true, although I had almost every one of you ask me. But the thing is, that was his opinion dressed up as fact. So now going back to the dilemma you're facing, I won't even go with, let's go with Tucker Carlson, all right? So I'm not doing a left thing, right thing. No, let's do Hannity, all right? He's on Fox. Now I could do Maddow too, so just put your put your commentator there. If a person espouses hatred as an opinion, not dressed up as fact, if that person espouses hatred and you're putting money in to advertising for an opinion that you don't agree with or you think is blatantly wrong, well, it's easy. Take the money away. If it's factual, all right, let's see. Councilwoman Mendoza is running for office, re-running for District 3. That's a fact. Okay. If you wanted to pull money, if you were paying me for whatever reason, and you want to pull money from me because I stated a fact, well, now we have problems, If I gave my opinion, I'll give my opinion. I hope she wins. That's not a fact. That's my opinion. Now, if you were paying me and you didn't like my opinion because I look biased or whatever, okay. I can't help that. But the thing is, that's just it. It's an opinion. It's biased. So if you have an organization that pretends to be a newspaper and you have a commentator who's pretending to be a journalist, then whatever you do is not going to solve the problem. Okay? Because he's not a reporter. He's a commentator. It's not a newspaper. It's not a fact-gathering entity. If he wants to play by that, fine. If he doesn't and you pull the money, okay. Thank you.
The next speaker is Ian.
So I'm in support of this item, especially the advertising money. I pay sales tax in Brentwood. My family pays tax. Why are we supporting platforms that we personally don't support? What the city puts their money is where the city supports. Even though we know the city doesn't support it, silence is complicity. I just want to correct a local publication. They claim a media outlet is anyone with a social media presence is a social media outlet, which is not true. I'm looking at lawinsider.com. A media outlet means a publication or broadcast medium that transmits news, feature stories, entertainment, or other information to the public without limitation: newspapers, magazines, radio and broadcast, cable, or satellite television. So the city, the landing page is a good idea. I don't know if the city can stop releasing like press releases to certain outlets. Having a landing page where anyone could just access it would be the most fair way. But where I really agree is the advertising money. I don't want my, 8.75%, well, really 1% goes to this city hall, being spent on certain publications that really, really cross the line multiple times on everyone on the dais, I feel like has been called out one way or another in untruthful ways. Like they tried twisting the narrative on this using a candidate running against someone on the dais. I'm not naming names of either one, saying like it's bad business to not release press releases. No one said we're gonna stop press releases. We just want to change the way we do it. And right now, it sounds like the city just sends it out to the news outlets. Why not create that landing page? I would love to pull up and read directly from the source of whoever, if it's Tim, Darren, the chief, whoever's running it, read directly what they're saying. Now, the city can't post stuff on social media. The city can do the landing page and post on Instagram, post on, etc. Like, I found out our president dropped out of the election from his personal social media page as president of America through a press release. I didn't wait till no news outlet told me, because honestly, this country's divided because of the news. I have had to sit in a classroom with an educator who listened to a certain narrative from a certain news station, and I felt attacked because of my political beliefs, attacked because of my background by him in this city. So now the city cannot support any kind of that with the money that we all pay. I could go on and on, but I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
I have no additional speaker cards in person. I have 3 hands raised in Zoom. I'll call in Carolina. Carolina, go ahead.
Good afternoon, City Council. One of the things that you may not know about me is that I actually also have experience in journalism and also in marketing. I will tell you that the most expensive thing that any corporation or city or government entity does in marketing is create a brand. And you're very careful with what you associate your brand with. Over a very long time in history, we have seen brand disasters. Michael Jackson's hair caught on fire during a Pepsi commercial. That was very bad for Pepsi. Coke came out with New Coke. That was terrible for Coke. But we've also seen things like Tucker Carlson invited an actual journalist, like somebody who went to journalism school and does journalism for a living, on his show from Mexico. So this is a Mexican journalist, and argued with him for 15 minutes on the air that tacos were created in the United States. Now, if I'm a company that is advertising with Tucker Carlson and I see that nonsense, I am yanking my advertising dollars, because I worked really hard as a brand to create legitimacy and to create a good feeling and to create goodwill, which is extremely expensive for my brand. We have a brand, better in Brentwood. We have a brand. People love coming to Brentwood. So we need to be very careful in what we associate with our brand. And this includes where we choose to advertise. That is completely within the city's choice. Again, to reiterate what Melissa said, this is not about censuring, and this is not about forbidding these publications that do no fact-finding whatsoever before they report, quote unquote, their opinions. This is about taking a look at how we do business with them. Do they deserve our dollars? Are they doing our city right by their publications and the way they are handling their business? So I absolutely agree with this. We need to take a look at this. It's not censorship, it's business. Where does our taxpayer dollars go, like Ian said? And what is our brand of Brentwood being associated with? I think this is a great discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So this is a kind of a difficult topic that comes up a lot in society. I've been on the internet since the early days, back in the 90s. I'm a civil libertarian by inclination. I believe in free speech. I'll remind the council that I'm the guy that came in here and said we should let the Nazis say whatever they want, and we just have to listen to it like the Supreme Court says, and we shouldn't be doing anything about it, but just letting them ramble on. As long as they stay on topic, cut them off when they stop. I believe that everybody should be able to say whatever they want. I certainly say whatever I want. I'm on social media. I post like every day. I'm in comments. I'm making posts. I say what I believe. I will say that I post everywhere that I post under my own first and last name. I mean, on public sites everywhere. I stand by what I say. I believe what I say. I say what I believe. I take correction when I'm wrong. But at no time have I ever demanded, I have never demanded that anybody pay me anything to say anything. And I have never once said anything because somebody paid me and I thought it would please them and get them to pay me more. So nobody has a right to demand money from the city for anything. The city is absolutely bound by the First Amendment. There is no First Amendment right to have the city do business with your publication, your media source, your news station, what have you, your blog. That by advertising some places and not other, the city is simply choosing their where they think they're going to get the most for their advertising dollar. And when you think about it, it's like Carolina said, it's branding, right? You don't want to be putting your money where people have objectionable opinions that might be associated with the city. It's as simple as that. And nobody can make you spend money on anything really. There are a lot of people that won't buy Bud Light anymore because they didn't like the way that they promoted their product one time. Nobody can make those people buy it. They don't have to buy it. They can buy it if they want. If they don't, they don't. And it's the same thing here. There is absolutely no First Amendment issue here at all. And I know you have counsel and you can talk to them, but this idea that asking that the city spend their money with reputable news organizations that follow a professional code of ethics has nothing to do with content. It just has to do with conduct. And it's not a First Amendment issue. I really can't see my clock. It's not a First Amendment issue. It is an issue of how does the city want to present itself to the public. The city has the right to choose venues as they see fit. There is absolutely no First Amendment right. There's nothing in the Constitution anywhere that guarantees anybody any money to say anything. They don't, and I think that thinking about some of the stuff that I'm seeing online, and I'm thinking of a particular news blog in town where the person that writes that blog for some reason does a nice job of presenting news about crime and emergency response and a lot of issues that a lot of people care about. And I'm a fan of the site, but then goes and makes very opinionated statements under the guise of news and tries to whip people up in a frenzy. And I don't know if it's for the clicks or if it's just how he just really feels, but it's not professional journalism. The man is not a journalist. He doesn't seem to know anything about it. And if you need look no further than the assertion that this is some kind of censorship. It most assuredly is not. It is
30
simply
seconds remaining.
choosing associations. Thank you, Margaret. It's just a matter of choosing your associations wisely. And as I'll echo what another person said, I don't want my tax money appearing in publications that are objectionable to the public, that contain racist commentary, even in the comments, or just opinions that are just so far from the norm. Please don't advertise in Playboy either, you know?
Speaker's timer has expired. The next speaker is Nicole. Nicole, go ahead.
Good evening, Council. When this item was requested, I didn't think this was a topic I was going to speak on. However, my interest in this item grew after seeing opposition from media online. After reading the Code of Ethics, I do not understand the resistance. I'd like to repeat the 4 main topics in the Code of Ethics. Seek truth and report it, minimize harm, act independently, be accountable and transparent. This code of ethics is something I would hope media outlets in Brentwood would have already independently committed to. The resistance has made me question what is going on behind the scenes right now. The city should only do business with ethical organizations that provide a public benefit and prioritize truth, integrity, transparency, and minimizing harm. I trust that the 5 of you on council can provide balanced decisions on which organizations are acting ethically. Press releases are outdated in today's digital age. A landing page where press releases are available to all makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cinziana. Cinziana, go ahead.
Hi, good evening again. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this item. I do support this item. It is a simple decision since there is not in between. You are either ethical or not. As a taxpayer, I do not want my tax money to support press releases and advertising on unethical outlets. As previous speakers mentioned, there is no First Amendment right of issue here. It's content versus conduct. I want to mention that lack of transparency from city staff gives way to conspiracy theories. It is a fact. Look around, as even our vice mayor mentioned, the political environment today, it is a product of media, social media, whatever outlets you think of, that's where we are. I am a very strong proponent of civility as long as there's transparency. We have very clear information without twisting, without any lawyers involved, without any kind of curtain that tries to hide anything. And again, it gives way to conspiracy theories. I want to emphasize that I am in line with everything that was mentioned around brand policy. That's something that we really need to be mindful of, just because we are better in Brentwood. And several of you ran on this platform. So keep that in mind. We want to be the best. Opinions can sway votes. That's another fact. Keep that in mind. And I want to mention that as a public affairs employee for a private company, I really think it's very, very, very important to have a very competent public information officer. This has been mentioned for years. Our city is growing. We are becoming, I mean, we've been the jewel of East County. We are becoming a very desirable city to live in, conduct business in, and we definitely need a very strong public information officer. Through the chair of this meeting, I would like to know exactly who owns this role today and who speaks for our city. Regardless if it's media, if it's Joe Blow coming to City Hall asking for certain things, I want to know exactly the name and the function role of that individual. And it really pay to play, it's a real thing. Another thing to keep in mind. And I want to commend our Vice Mayor and Council Member Mendoza for their courage to actually do the right thing, maintain the image of our city, and really foster an environment of transparency, truth, and collaboration, because this is really something that
15 seconds remaining.
Involves you as our representatives and involves the whole region. So let's be better in Brentwood and adopt this policy. Thank you.
The next speaker is Tony. Tony, go ahead.
Hello, good evening, everybody. My name is Tony Aguilar, and I just want to start off by saying I do support that the media outlets should be held to an ethical standard, but the problem here, it seems, with a lot of the commentators is business. And if somebody in this council or a community group doesn't like what they have to say, they think that the 60,000 of us in Brentwood should follow and listen to those same 5 individuals that have the same freedom of speech as these media outlets, and we have to bow down to them. It's business. If it's business that the city supports, if it's business that some individuals don't support, let's come together as a community. Let's have a conversation. But let's not put people down or organizations down and then just go and fight and bicker and post this tomorrow on tomorrow's social media. It's not the media outlets that are putting stuff on social media. It's these same groups that put their own interests, their own commentary. If somebody in this community posts something, it's the same individuals putting those commentators down in the social media. So today's topic should be the ethical standards that everybody should follow, not just the social media or the 2 social media platforms everybody's bashing on. It should be the community groups, the nonprofits, everybody as a local, as a citizen, as a business owner. That's the conversation that we got to have today, because we're getting divided by 2 people, the Brentwood community and this one local group. So that's the conversation we got to have today. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised and no additional speaker cards.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public comments, move into council discussion on this item. Who would like to start? Councilmember Mendoza.
Well, I think I want to go back to, I know we moved away, Tim, from a PIO. Can you remind us of why we moved away, why we approved it, but then it didn't happen? Because I'm sorry, I don't even remember.
Councilmember Mendoza, can you tell for those of us who haven't been here, for the public, what a PIO is?
Public Information Officer, I'm sorry. And I honestly can't remember.
Is this related to the agenda item? I can give a brief answer. We had a public information officer for a time and found it more cost-effective to have the new assistant city manager assume most of those functions, who's done admirably well, and utilizing a consulting firm, Weblative, to do most of the creative work that our in-person didn't have those skill sets on. And we found that having one person handle everything versus a team was still more cost-effective in producing a higher quality product. We do have in the police department an appointed representative who handles when it's police-related issues, and we'll also have different representatives in other departments at times, but under the guidance of the assistant city manager, primarily handling those functions.
Okay, because one of the things I want to discuss, and Darren, I know you're doing everything you can, but like your economic development, your assistant city manager, and our PIO. So that's something we're going to talk about is that we had approved that head count. Maybe that's something we need to talk about bringing back. But what I really want to talk about is how does everyone feel about doing what Moraga does? And instead of sending them out, we put them on the social media platform. Or if we find we have to send them out, can we still have a landing page? And then anyone who wants to sign up, whether they be media or a resident, because I feel like our residents are probably our primary customer. They should be getting our press releases if they want them. Then maybe they can sign up to be put on the list as well. So that's the first thing, is then we wouldn't cut off anyone from getting anything. It's just the way we're delivering is not just like the chosen few who get to get it.
So I have a lot to say. So first, I want to say I don't think adopting the SPJ is prudent for us. I think there's a bigger conversation we need to have here about ethics, and not just at media level, just in general. When I first got here on council, I saw some super bad, nasty things. I saw a bunch of people on media outlets, on different groups, which I won't name any specific ones, lie about me and my family, post pictures of me that were dishonest. One of them's like made it look like I was sleeping. Y'all been here with me, never slept. Some people said I violated Brown Act. Then I went in the back with other councilmen. That never happened. I saw a bunch of nasty things, and it's hard to endure. So first and foremost, I have to say, for you specifically, and a lot of us up here, I empathize. If you've never sat in this seat, it's one of the harder seats to sit in. And I've sat in several seats and wore several hats. And it's hard to be attacked because we leave here, and I always bring this up. This is really, to me, it's more of a, you care from your heart. Unless someone is trying to use this to go higher on a political platform, we get cents to the dollar paid up here with the number of hours we put in. And then you go home and your kids find out about it. My son was working as a police explorer, and he doesn't even want to be a police officer anymore because of how much people taunted me and his platform, and how they started to taunt him at school based on sitting up here. He loved policing and law enforcement, doesn't want to do it anymore because of racist comments that were made to him and our family. And then Juneteenth happened. And then I saw statements being made at Juneteenth. And I saw even more nasty comments about race, ethnicity. People holding on to their caste system so much. If you haven't read Isabella Wilkerson's book, Caste, it's amazing. But people holding on so tough that we were just talking about bringing fun and families to the city of Brentwood, which we already do, right? But when it was under the guise of it's in celebration of freedom, right? Which people were excited to do on the 4th of July. Then I heard super nasty comments about race and ethnicity. That being said, one, I want to say the SPJ is a fraternal body that created aspirational goals. They're aspirational. Just like our, Tim, you leave this up here, and I usually hate it being up here, but today it's a good thing. Thank you for leaving it up here. I want to thank you, because we have some code of conduct for us, for policies, and they're aspirational. They say things like, they want us to do the best thing when no one's watching. Like, how do we measure that? How do we enforce it? Or have the highest degree of excellence? Well, my measure of excellence may not be the measure of excellence that any one of us have up here. So one, I'll say that they're aspirational, but also they're governed by a whole nother body, right? And one of the things in them, because I studied them, I studied the 4 topics, right, headings. That's my job, I study and I read. But I was starting to look at the individual subtopics, and one of them says, support the open and civil exchange of views, even views that they find repugnant. That was the comments about Juneteenth. I don't know the people who are, I've met a lot of them. I don't know what their personal views or ethics are. Maybe they did find people making racist comments, super racist comments, repugnant. I hope that those are the people that I've met who've taken pictures of me or other council members or pictures of our children. They put them in their papers or on their box. I hope that they found it repulsive, but if we adopted it, we support the behavior we want to correct. So I think my viewpoint would be, as a local government, and I'll say it again, because during Juneteenth, I discovered when we select vendors, if someone was a Klans member or someone was a Nazi, we don't have a lot of parameters to reject if they wanted to be a vendor. We do not have that. We do not have that ability as a city. We absolutely could have had someone who wanted to be a vendor if we open it up in certain ways, and they could be contrary to what the whole intention of the event is, right? So how do we deal with ethics as a whole? Ethics, in my focus when you brought this, is how do we deal with ethical considerations in our vendor selections for third-party vendors, any third-party vendor, right? Because I think what we're, part of the ask in using the SPJ as a start, we have laws in place. We have federal and state laws, which you read off of, which, you know, you brought up laws that deal with it when it gets there. And it's sad if we have to get to actually file some type of, Danny brought up small claims, injunction or relief, yeah, for libel, he's absolutely correct, or defamation or false advertisement. There are laws in place that protect us to attack when that behavior, whether it be a media source, whether it be someone who comes to this dais, which it has happened. People have come to this dais. I mean, people have attacked I have a legitimate disability, and I've been attacked. My disability has specifically been attacked here. I don't care. I don't really care about that part. It's sad. But anyway, that being said, we have laws in place to do those things. What we need to do as a city, I think, instead of focusing on this topic, is we really need to create policies and procedures with how we deal with third-party vendors. I think you brought that up. We talk about it, we kind of said it, and then we move over it. For example, on Juneteenth, I think we as a committee decided not to pay into any ads. After seeing some of the racist comments, we decided use free media, use sources that were offering free media to promote or to do it. And some of them were local media sources, and I'm grateful for that. And some were online. If they wanted to offer free, we can choose if they wanted to adopt and pick up. We use them, and we're grateful for it. But we didn't pay for ads intentionally. I didn't recommend that we pay for ads. I didn't want dollars to go to someone to then turn it and spin narratives. But I think that we have autonomy in that when we have a policy or procedure in place. I'm a laws person. I like regulatory things there, whether they fit at the time, my own personal moral convictions or not. I would like for us to have governing documents that we can go to. Even just, this came at the very beginning of the year, and I kind of laughed at it because everybody was like, you all violated, you new council people, you violated our code of conduct. You don't have any type of, how do you govern it? How do you enforce it? It's aspirational. You can't govern and enforce aspirational things. So if we don't create a policy or procedure, then even if we adopt someone else's policies, it's all just fluff right now. And I know that's not the goal of us, is to adopt something that we cannot enforce and we cannot govern. We can say we adopt it, but then who governs? How much money do we spend? That's gonna come back to council. How much time do we spend to talk about it? And then how do we shut it down if they do not do it? And then to whose standards? Like, whose standard is, when we look at these aspirational goals, like when we say truth, when we look at like what is true or not, right? Your vision of true may not be consistent with my vision of true, because true is my experience of a situation, how I observed it. Well, on any given day, I may have had my horrible readers on. So I viewed it completely different from you. So my truth is different from your truth. So how do we put a measure on truth or not truth? Even facts. In court, we have trials, and everyone says, here's my facts, Your Honor. And then the other side says, here's my facts. And they both think they're telling the truth. And then the trier of fact, who absolutely wasn't there, has to take both of their renditions of what they think is facts and come up with a whole narrative that may not even be what really happened. So I say all that to say that I don't think we can adopt. I'm not comfortable adopting another body's governing document.
No, and that's why when I sat here, I was like, it can't be about the ethics, and because people who are unethical, I can't do anything about the individuals that choose to be unethical. That is your cross to bear when you get to the pearly gates. That's not my problem anymore. But how do we make it so that it's fair and the residents get the information from the horse's mouth at the same time the press is getting it? And that's where then the landing page. So I don't know how you feel about that.
I think we have difficulties with when we set these things in place. Like, for example, for me, I'm a probate attorney, and we have to use local agencies to do legal notices. The city has to do legal notices.
And that's the third thing. So we use the Brentwood Press for that. I'm fine with the Brentwood Press. I think we legally have to do that. So and it has to, legally it has to be in print. Is that what it is? Yeah, so I think that's the only outlet we have. So I think that's a third thing, right? There's everyday press releases, and then there's notices.
So then I think what happens is the council at the time will cherry pick which body we want to use and not use. I would prefer if we created policies and procedures in place that allow our staff the discretion based on the policies and procedures, how and when they choose third-party vendors. And this is not just to media outlets. Some offenses do not just happen in media. It happens in some of the vendors we use, some of the, I'm saying that to say, let's take it to a broader discussion on not just sticking to this SPJ. I think we need to have a future conversation about policies and procedures about how we deal with, because when you say media, we're saying it's one of a third-party vendor if we're talking about ads and placements, right?
Yeah. So can we put bucket, like press releases is bucket number 1, public notices is bucket number 2, and then advertising spend and the policies on how we choose those vendors is bucket number 3?
Actually, I want to mention, this did come up a few months ago, as I mentioned, and I recommended that it come to the Debbie committee, and it didn't. It still could, but I do agree that it would be across the board better as a vendor-specific policy. My only concern with that would be the enforcement and the interpretation of what counts as unethical. I mean, I think that's going to be a really hard thing to do, but I do agree. I mean, I think it's not only about media, and it is something we could address in that committee and kind of dig into and spend some more time on. It's one of the reasons that committee is there, is to address how we as a city approach the issues that of diversity and equity and belonging and inclusion. So I would certainly be willing to look at that. But I agree about the across the board, across the vendors.
Since we're trying to put these in different pockets in different places, can anybody tell me from our staff how, and I don't know if I'm even allowed to ask, how do we decide who gets press releases? My understanding as an officer was that if a media outlet requested them from us, we had to send them, and we continued to send them.
So the city has put together a list of a variety of media outlets throughout, the Northern California region. And as I meet new reporters, as I hear of new reporters reporting, I put them on the list. We have a very difficult time having major news media outlets cover any type of news in Brentwood unless it's really, really bad news. And so we're always trying to, promote good things. And if we put it on a website, they're never going to see it. It's, there are, and I don't take it personally as it relates to the discussion of a PIO, Councilmember Mendoza, at all. But there are times when you send out your press release because you know when the news media sources are meeting to determine what's going to be at the 4, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock news, or we know when the local newspaper is going to publish and when they need information by to begin a story. And so sometimes those things are timed, but, very, very long answered. Councilmember Orlemans, we put as many people as possible. We have our town Brentwood requested to be as part of our press release. So we absolutely put it because they put up the press release and they share it with the residents. And one thing I found is, I had the unfortunate circumstances to work at a city where we evacuated a city. And it did not matter how many different sources we used to disseminate information, we still did not get it out to enough residents. Be it Twitter, Instagram, Nextdoor, Facebook, how many different pages on Facebook, how many different pages on Instagram. So I can promise you, no matter how we disseminate it, we're still not reaching everyone. But our goal is to share it, broadly. I will also tell you that there are times that we share information in our monthly newsletter. Once we do that, usually a local news source like the press doesn't want to write a story about it because that's old news. And so if we put out press releases and we put them up on the site, there's many times that a news media source does not want to cover that story because the resident wants to hear something new, not something that they just read yesterday online on the city's website. So there's this delicate balance, and we try to share that information out. I would say we don't send out a ton of press releases at the city. Usually it's a phone call. Could you tell us what happened, as a result of X? And then we respond to their questions.
So the Reader's Digest version of your answer, if somebody requests it, you're going to send it to them, period.
Correct. And right now on the list, we have about 30 to 40 different emails.
Okay, and police department's the same way, right?
Some of our stuff is dynamic and we need to get information out quickly. But we do use the media email list drop down that goes out to all of them. We, with the creation of our community engagement officer, we pivoted to start telling our own story. So we do a lot of our stuff on our social media pages, or our page, and the media, to my knowledge, a lot of the local ones have alerts set up. So as minute we push something out on our social media page, they'll go look at it and decide whether they want to cover it or not. But as far as if it were a press release, just a press release, we put it on our social media page, we send it out to the group also, and then they can go pick it up off our social media page, or they either received it, one of the two.
And real quick comments, I have to commend you. You guys do a really good job.
Thank you.
Because I feel like the public sees your value in communicating directly to them. And then if the press wants to pick it up, they do, which is great. But you guys on your Nextdoor and your Facebook and all of your other outlets, I think you guys are probably, if I look at our city, the best in class. And no offense, but they do a really good job, you have to admit. So I thank you for doing it the way you do it. I think that it respects the resident as being our first and foremost customer in the city. So I do appreciate that.
So, yeah, and I think just to finish my thoughts on the overall idea of the agenda item request, I 100% believe in the First Amendment. I think our press has to have access to all of the information that happens within the city. I don't think we should be able to require any type of action because I don't know who would judge that action or judge that conduct. I don't know who would be the judge of, did they follow the proper code of conduct? Did they do, was it ethical with the way they reported that? I'm not going to be the judge of that. And I think once we start becoming the judge of that, we start telling our press what they can and can't say. And the same part of that goes with our advertising dollars. If we start telling or changing our advertising strategies with press because we don't like what they say, then we're starting to dictate what the press is going to tell people. We're starting to dictate what the press can and cannot do. And that is not what the First Amendment says. It's the freedom of the press. We may not like it. Like Council Member Pierson said, when I first got up here on the dais, I didn't like it at all. And you guys were really, really good at throwing it at me. I got to listen And I did not enjoy it, but I listened to it. And I continued to show up every week, and I continued to do my job. It sucks when you're on the receiving end of that, and there's no other way to put it. Some of that, I know there's a difference, public comments and comments here in the dais versus in the paper, but the freedom of speech is the freedom of speech. If we're going to give everybody the right to say what they want to say here, then we have to give them the right to say what they want wherever they're at. That's just my take on the whole thing, and I think that's it.
But I do think, to be fair to everyone in the press, we should have an RFP process, right? We should have the policies and procedures so that it's fair. And anyone who wants to run our ads, whether, I mean, let's say the East Bay Times wants to, and they get better clicks and they get better, more eyeballs on it than anyone we're advertising with now. If the whole point of advertising is bringing awareness, like, you know, Darren is saying, we need to, I think that this going to the Debbie committee and you guys having further discussion, just the two of you, I think is a really good idea. And, you know, I'll respect whatever you guys come out of the committee with.
There's been a lot of talk about the First Amendment. The First Amendment is comprised of 45 words. This is what it says. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble, and to petition the government for redress of a grievance. That's pretty encompassing and pretty precise. I very much believe in the freedom of speech. It might surprise you, but I also have been attacked being up here. I know it's astonishing. But the freedom of press in this country, before we were a country, there was a man by the name of Thomas Paine who wrote a pamphlet called Common Sense that stirred up a group of people to be aware that if you join together for a cause, you can overcome tyranny. And that is one of the first sparks of revolution for the liberty that we currently target. And I know that we have a lot of issues, but I just want to read a couple of things that some people that I highly respect have said about public speech. Frederick Douglass says, to suppress free speech is a double wrong. It violates the rights of the hearer as well as those of the speaker. Thomas Jefferson said, when the speech condemns the free press, you are hearing the words of tyrants. And our liberty depends upon freedom of the press, and that cannot be limited without being lost. So I have some concerns when it comes to limiting what can be said or what should be said. Walter Cronkite, who was one of the voices of independent thought and a genuine reporter and seeker of truth, he said this: freedom of press is not just important to democracy, it is democracy. And so when we began to delve into limiting what someone can say, none of us like to be attacked, and integrity should be essential in life. But at the same time, we have a list of laws, our Constitution, and frankly, it's a hard lesson to learn, and it's a hard pill to swallow when you realize that that your rights end where someone else's begin, and it isn't when we all agree that our rights kick in, but it is when we disagree that our rights for freedom of speech kick in. And so I think there's a couple of points. This discussion, I think, has been really clarifying.
Clarify one thing, though. You keep saying that we're limiting. Not once did I say anyone couldn't print what they want to print. They can print. I know they're going to. They can print what they want to print. That's not what's in question here. So them speaking is not in question. It's the way we are disseminating information, making sure the public and the press receive the same accurate information.
Right.
So it's that receiving of information. So I don't want you to say that we're that was the thing, because that wasn't the thing. That was never the thing.
Well, I'm trying to clarify to the conversation that has been going on in the community that
Thank you.
when we're talking about freedom of speech, there is absolutely clearly a unanimous support of absolute freedom of speech here, because what someone thinks and feels not only is protected by our Constitution, but it's encouraged. It's our Constitution, our democracy, our way of life is dependent upon people's ability to say unpopular things loudly and to feel safe in doing so because they have a right to. Many of us in this room, I imagine, have been in countries where they do not have freedom of speech. And the devastating effect that has on the entire society is something that is clear as soon as you step off a boat or a plane or a train or however you get into that country. So I am very concerned because these are aspirational points that the Society of Professional Journalism Code of Ethics, I agree with every bit of it. How like has already been said, how we enforce it really is something that's beyond what we have the authority as a council to do. I think that getting the information out that we need to get out as quickly as we can to as many people, I think that's our goal. And so I would agree with a landing page, but I also agree with sending that information out. I wish there was a magic bullet that would take care of all of these issues at the same time, but this is a very, very broad discussion. I also will agree with Councilmember Orlemans. This is a much broader topic and discussion than just this, and maybe it was the vice mayor that said going to the subcommittee for clarification would be something that would probably get some ideas on how to address these concerns. But
Can I also remind everyone that this conversation started with me saying, and I think people agreeing, that regardless of where this goes, this is a really critically important conversation, and we can only have it in public. We can only have it in front of all of you because we're not allowed to have this conversation behind closed doors or with three of us. So I think it's really important to note that every one of us here has said we fully believe in free speech. We fully believe that, as much as we hate to hear some of the things we hear sometimes, that you all have the right to say them, the press has the right to say them. I think it's a matter of just getting having this conversation out loud, talking about what we think about this, and figuring out if there's any way to make sure that people in the city of Brentwood are feeling represented and protected, and that they're getting the news that they, that's appropriate for them to get. I wish there was a way to identify, this is an opinion piece, this is pure fact that came from a press release. I wish there's a way to do that. There isn't a way to monitor that either. So we're a bit at an impasse. I mean, if someone has an idea about.
So, yeah, it wasn't Tony or the vice mayor, but I actually said this is a broader conversation that needs to go to Debbie. So I'm just going to take my credit back.
You go right in.
Okay. So we all said something good up here. But what I'd like to say is, I think what would be a recommendation is not to adopt this, but I do think, and I don't know if this can happen under this agenda item, but I would like for the Debbie to, I mean, it's already been a directive for us to look at third-party vendors and actually to look at, create policies on how we choose those that are, that are consistent with our city's laws, state laws, federal laws in our city. So it's something we can talk about at Debbie, and this can be a conversation, but I think it's broader than just media. So I don't know if that can happen under this, because that agenda is specific to the SPJ. Now, Katie's lights on.
Yeah, just real quickly, I think you're exactly right. That is something that you would want to wait and bring forward as a future agenda request, just so we're staying within the confines of this agenda item. But if you had a motion on this agenda item, I don't want to cut off the rest of the discussion.
Well, let me
So
ask.
do we need to bring a future agenda item right now to come back in 2 weeks and then it can go to Debbie, or can it just go to Debbie?
So we need to, for the minute's sake, to resolve whether this is moving forward as a future agenda request of the council.
Well, it's not,
And if you have a request you want to do at your committees, the committee members can just bring those agendas to the staff.
okay.
So
So
you don't need
then,
a future agenda item for those.
so then I will remove this item, but it will move to your Debbie committee in a new fashion. And is the 3 buckets okay for you? Do you guys agree with the 3 buckets? The press releases, the advertising RFPs, and then public notices? Oh, you can't hear me? Oh, sorry. Are those 3 buckets okay for the Debbie committee?
I don't think we can discuss that with you right now, but we definitely can hear what you're saying in discussion about this right now.
But,
But as a consideration
okay,
of the committee, I don't
perfect.
think we can.
Thank you.
So the item was pulled from this, the request was pulled. How should we handle this?
It's
council?
morphed.
So Margaret will correct me, but I think the minutes will reflect that the requester of this item has withdrawn it pending its movement to Debbie.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you to all of you, because again, because of the Brown Act, I know some people don't like us to put controversial stuff on the agenda, but it's going to happen because you don't want me to break the Brown Act, right? So this is where it's going to happen.
Moving into business items, item H1. This next item is related to the Fields of Time public art installation. And Tien, our recreation manager, will present. Tien?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. Tien Nguyen, Recreation Manager. Tonight, I'll be presenting a staff report in regards to Amendment Number 1, Public Art Space Phase 1 projects, Fields of Time. So to start off, a little bit of background. On your screen is the concept for Fields of Time. Fields of Time is a Brentwood Public Art Space Phase 1 project by artist Douwe Blumberg. This project was started back in 2017 with a national call for artists and was recommended and ultimately approved by City Council with an executed agreement in 2019. The project will be located on Brentwood Boulevard at the Brentwood Police Station, and installation of the project is planned for 2024-2025. On this screen is a little bit more information based off the concepts, a little bit more detail, but the Fields of Time project integrates a number of references to Brentwood's history with different agricultural eras represented in the art's 3 hoops. The hoops include custom metal design silhouettes. On your screen, you'll notice that the hoops and the designs are the items in black. The picture on the lower right bottom shows the internal structure of the silhouettes and internal structural supports of how they'll be standing up, to give you an idea of what that original concept was and a little bit more detail about it. The monument project, it spans 180 feet long and 10 feet high. For reference to scale, the bottom 2 figures show a person standing next to the monument concepts to give you an idea of how big it is to scale. As mentioned, this project has spanned many years, many staff members, and has endured a number of delays and challenges. As referenced in the staff report, project history is provided in tonight's staff report with additional attachments of previous actions related to the project, as well as timelines of the project. Also included in the staff report is a budget history of the project. It shows the original Fields of Time budget from 2019, a number of changes and rising costs, and ultimately a not to exceed amount for direction tonight from City Council on a possible amendment number 1 for the agreement. I also wanted to mention, it mentioned in the staff report, but funding for this project comes from public art funds. Those funds are specified and can be only used for public art projects. So staff last brought forth an amendment to the original 2019 artist agreement to City Council on June 11th, 2024. At the meeting, Council directed City staff to work with the artist to prepare an updated budget for this project that includes options to change one of the figures within the monument. In discussions with Douwe, the artist, he provided a number of options to enhance representation and diversity in his figures. On this table on the left-hand column, you'll see the monument concepts with figures from each area and a figure circled in green to potentially be changed. In the middle, you'll see proposed changes to the circle figure with 3 options to potentially change that one figure. And in the far right, you'll see cost estimates to change those figures. Due to the timing of when these renderings were received, they were brought forth to the Arts Commission at their regular July 17th meeting. Following discussion, the Arts Commission recommended to the City Council to remain with the original design approved in 2019 and fabricated completely in 2020, based on a desire to continue with the monument as originally recommended and approved by previous Arts Commission and councils. Also because the project's location was chosen due to high vehicular traffic as entry points into the city, as opposed to the monument being able to be walked up to. This impacts the details that can be seen when driving by the monument. And they also discussed the fiscal impact of making changes to the project that already experienced delays and rising costs. As an alternative recommendation, the Arts Commission also discussed and made a motion to recommend to City Council that if they were to make a change, that the figure from the middle area be changed to option J. Note this figure here is circled in orange for reference. The Arts Commission noted that many of the other options presented would be difficult to be noticed or recognized unless a person went out of their way to walk up to the monument. So City Council considerations. So tonight, City staff's recommending the Council receive, discuss, and provide direction on the artist renderings of proposed changes and associated costs for the Field of Time Monument, adopting a resolution approving and authorizing the city manager or designee to execute an amendment to the agreement with Blumberg for the Fields of Time project, and also amending the Capital Improvement Program Public Art Space project to be a multi-year project and change project expenditure timing per attachment 3. This concludes my staff report. I'm available for questions.
Are there any clarifying questions of staff at this time? Okay, seeing none, I will turn to public comments. Margaret?
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. We'll take public comments from the chambers, then Zoom remarks are limited to 5 minutes. You'll be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired, and we received no written public comments for this item. I do have one in-person speaker card. Rosalinda?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, and City staff. My name is Rosalinda Grayson, and I am a long-term member of the Brentwood City Arts Commission. Tonight, I'm speaking on behalf of myself and 2 other arts commissioners who are here in the audience with me. The funding request before you, per your request at a previous council meeting, includes proposed changes to the Fields of Time project to include additional indications of female gender. The Arts Commission met and thoroughly discussed this request and is recommending that you refrain from making these alterations to the sculpture. While we completely understand and support the desire to promote equity in public art, we do not feel that the proposed changes to this project are appropriate. Let me explain why. First, as a reminder, funding for the Fields of Time project comes from the Public Art Acquisition Fund. The Public Art Acquisition Fund consists of development fees collected for the acquisition and construction of public art, and can only be used for public art projects. These fees are not part of the city's general budget. Fields of Time is one of the public art projects that are being developed at heavily trafficked entrances to the city and will be seen while at driving speed. Therefore, small details of the sculpture cannot be seen as they would in a sculpture meant to be viewed while standing next to it. It is quite likely that the proposed changes to the silhouettes will not be visible while passing the sculpture at the posted speed limit. The figures in Fields of Time are sheet metal silhouettes rather than detailed images. Accordingly, any gender-specific concepts must be portrayed through stereotyped imaging, such as ponytails, breasts, clothing. This brings up concerns regarding how gender identities are portrayed today, which may be as significant an issue as the lack of current female gender identification. What's more, this project, when commissioned in 2019, went through a very thorough design and approval process by the Arts Commission and an ad hoc committee that included 2 city council members and city staff. Later in 2019, the project was approved by the full city council. The Fields of Time artwork, meaning the silhouette images, were completed in 2020. Since that time, the COVID epidemic and complications encountered by the city have delayed the finalization and installation of this project. The budget recommendations, which you are voting on tonight, are due to long-delayed installation of Fields of Time, which has resulted in increased costs due to inflation and California state requirements. The initial budget recommendations did not include any changes to the sculptural images that have already been completed. As I stated, the Arts Commission strongly supports diversity and equity in public art. In fact, the next public art project to be developed for the city is identified as a diversity project. The priority list of art projects from the Arts Commission, which was recently approved by the City Council, included this project as the highest priority. I hope these comments help you understand why the Arts Commission, while strongly supporting diversity and equity in public art, feels it is inappropriate at this late date to make the proposed changes to this project. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Melissa.
Thank you. I won't take much of your time. I was not prepared to speak on this topic. However, I would like to say, while I respect the findings of the Arts Commission, representation is important. I take the time as a fellow artist to notice all of the artwork that we have in our city, whether I'm traveling at a high rate of speed or not. Take that as you will. I am a safe driver. But there are traffic lights and there are people who walk who don't drive their cars in our city, who I'm sure also admire our artwork and would like to see themselves represented in our public works of art. So I would support the proposed changes and the representation of other genders in this artwork. As a non-binary person who doesn't really feel attached to the female gender or the male gender, I don't see an issue with some of the more traditional representation of gender. Brentwood was built by all genders. And if we're going to have a piece of art that is called the Fields of Time, that represents the building of our city and who built it, then they should be represented in the artwork as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I have 2 hands raised in Zoom as well. Cinziana, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening. As same as Melissa, I'm not super prepared on this. I am baffled about the council even entertaining spending additional money on modifying a very subjective interpretation of the subject of this piece of art. Um, Everyone knows I'm one of the biggest feminists and promoters of women being represented. However, thinking of the history and the traditional farm work and women didn't really work in the field. They were all around the house. Today, it's a different vision. However, we're trying to evoke the history of our city. So going back, you should consult the Historical Society of Brentwood on who worked the fields and how the vision of this particular piece of art came about. Making it different, it's an insult to the artist. The person was commissioned to come up with the vision. That's the vision. If I were the artist, I would definitely withdraw from a consideration if this was to be changed in any way. On top of that, I am not okay with spending additional tax money on this particular project. Thank you.
Thank you. Maribel, go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. It's Maribel Mendoza, and I'm here tonight because I really do appreciate the renderings. I think it's great with the horses, but I think that when, and something that everybody has said, who are the people that are doing the farm working, who are out there in the fields, and those are our campesinos. And so one of the things that I think would be nice to actually have portrayed are some of the tools, maybe a silhouette that shows like how people actually collected, the harvest. And so I don't know if the Historical Society has photos of those campesinos and the tools that maybe some of them used. I mean, I like the ladder and I like the tree, but I think that we can go into a little bit more than just, the tractor and 5 different versions of a tractor, I think would be really nice. And I know that even just on a search of Google and campesinos, that we could find something that would actually create a really beautiful silhouette to show some of those campesinos. So also, if you have any questions, Hijas del Campo, I'm sure we can help with this project if you want to reach out. Okay, thanks, bye.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, we'll close public comments, move into council discussion. Vice Mayor?
One of the things for me that I think we all need to just make sure we're considering is that we have empowered this body to make decisions around art. And so we've had discussions about this before. The commissions are appointed by council to represent the city in an area of expertise or an area of study or something that they're connected to in some way. And so I do think we have to respect that. We have to recognize, and I'm not even talking about the history, but I'm talking about the way that was presented is presented by someone who represents the commission that we've appointed to make decisions like this. I do, however, think that the alternative, I'm kind of a meet in the middle kind of person. So the alternative suggestion around design J for me does represent the feminine form to the degree that I think it would make a difference even to someone driving by. And I appreciate that the commission had an alternative suggestion to kind of show like a little back and forth. And again, that whole meet in the middle thing. That's where I'm leaning at this point.
So I was hugely attacked that I was sitting up here making decisions to tell us how body types for women should look, or what else, other comments did I get that I don't know, I don't look at statistics, that I research for a freaking living. So I don't say anything up here without researching or looking into facts first before I talk. One of the things that I have to tell you all, you don't know what happens behind the scenes. So when I sat down at an informational and saw this as one of the projects, the first question I asked, because I consider myself a officer of equity, is, did the authors consider gender? Are there any representations of female in this diagram here? And I was told, I don't think so, no. So that's first of all. Councilmember Orlemans was at that meeting, and I was told, let me check with the artist. When they checked with the artist, I was told that was one, it was 10%. At each of these passages, when you look at research, someone said, I didn't look up statistics. Well, at the time, at the Middle Ages, our city was 51% male, 48.8% female, and yes, women did work in the fields. It wasn't that we were absent of women working in our fields at the time. I never chose we should have a certain breast size or a dress on someone. I don't subscribe certain attributes to female versus male, but I would like for the artist to say, female is represented here in my artistic interpretation. Or I would like for our art commission to say, yes, we considered it and female is represented besides 10% there's 10 figures here, and I was told at a later meeting, way after I was told there were no females in this, and I was told it was too late to then change it to put a single female. I was told, oh, by the way, that one is female. I don't care. When we came back with the agenda recently and we're choosing one, I don't want to choose a body type. I don't want to prescribe, and I defer to our commission to choose a body type. I even asked Commissioner when she approached here to introduce herself, I defer to you all. I don't want to choose one. So I would suggest the alternative if the commission chose J, but I am not okay with us just walking away saying, oh yeah, 10% was good enough for our city to represent female, because like Melissa said, I slow down for art. It's right by our police department. I slow down for art. I would point it out. It is the heavily trafficked gateway to our city. And what does it say for our daughters? What does it say for our residents if we do not show representation? So yes, I respect our commissions. They are here to make certain decisions for us and to be recommending bodies. I hope that any commission doesn't take offense when we as council do our job to hear the voice of our residents. We don't always agree with our commissioners. That's why things get pulled. That's why we have appeals on certain things. We have to hear the voice of residents. And I've heard too many people say thank you for actually bringing up representation. It matters in all forms and facets. So you're always going to hear me be a representation matters type person as I sit here on this dais. And you cannot hear it. Don't vote for me ever again. I probably won't ever run again. You don't have to do that. But while I'm sitting up here on this dais, you will always hear me be a representation matters. I am happy to hear that our commissions, which I didn't have any doubt in my mind, that our commission cared about diversity and equity. I know it because they have projects that's coming before them. But I'm not okay with just saying, let's go with the one. And I want to ask, Tim, how large is the Public Art Acquisition Fund? How large is it? Let's talk about the numbers.
I believe it's approximately $2.8 million.
$2.8 million. And to add one extra figure, how much is it?
Depends on which figure.
So let's go with what
Between
they
5 and
recommended,
8,000.
Jay.
$8,000.
$8,000 of 2 what million?
2.9.
Okay. I rest my case.
Can I just mention too, one of the things that concerns me, and I fully support when you brought this forward, I supported that, but one of the things that concerns me, it didn't even occur to anybody back then to think about that. And I'm not trying to fault people back then for making the decisions that they did. What I'm saying is it's so ingrained in us to just accept that there isn't representation that we don't even bring it forward and fight it. So I do think, I'm glad that you brought it forward. I do think we should go with Jay, as I mentioned. But I just wanted to make a public comment about the fact that it is interesting how our minds are almost pre-wired to not think about that. So I do agree. I mean, I'm glad we're doing some of this moving forward. I think it's a great thing. But I think in everything we're looking at, you're right. We have to look at representation across the board.
And I think with everything, we get better as we go on. The woman who called in last was my sister. Our parents were field workers. And I think I hadn't even thought about it. And we have not talked about it. So I was actually shocked that she called in right now because she's not even in town. But it's, when I look at these, I mean, we're not going to change it now. But when I look at them, if you historically look at who did the field work in Brentwood, it was Latino workers who did a lot of the work. These are Pollyanna silhouettes of what it looked like to do that work. Because, you are on your knees, you are bent over. Like these are very Pollyanna kind of fairy tales of what it looks like to be a field worker. This is not the real representation, but I think what I'm learning now is we have to be, we need to look at things, us and staff, we have to challenge each other, say, is that a correct representation going forward? So we only need to choose one, or can we choose two?
We can choose as many as we want to. I just recommend, my recommendation is go with the art commission. said,
Yeah,
which
I
was
like
one.
Jay. I like Jay a lot. I mean, I also like F, but we don't, I mean, that's another 8, that's 0.29% of the budget, which is not even 1% if we, for each one, so it's up to you guys. I do think we need representation. You know, we hear it all the time. If you spend time with the kids at the high schools, the girls often feel not seen. And we need to be that change and make sure that we tell them that they're seen and they're part of our history, because a lot of times women are written out of our history, out of the press, but you know.
Joel? Councilman Ordonance.
Thanks. 100% agree with the majority of what was said up here. We ask our art commission to take a look at what we're proposing, or take a look at what our thoughts are, and come up with a plan, find the artists, and come up with a representation of what we would like to have. And I'm wholeheartedly in support of what you guys have done in the past and what you're doing right now. I would go with your recommendation and kind of the meet in the middle of Jay, and for the change, and to discuss the change. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it, but this is 5 years ago. The whole world has changed in 5 years. We're not anywhere near where we were 5 years ago as to how we view things. So not a big surprise that finally we have somebody that's willing to call this out and step up and make the change for us. So it's time. That's where we're at. So I'm going to recommend we go with the Art Commission, and Jay would be amazing.
Okay, do I have a motion on this, or is there further?
Is that a motion? Then I'll second
Okay.
your motion.
So we have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Mayor,
me-
if I may, I just want to clarify and double check with staff. For the staff report, there are recommendations for 3 possible motions. What I was hearing with the motion that was made was the direction for the renderings. I would like to request also if there was a motion for the city manager to execute an amendment for the agreement, and also the recommendation for us to update the CIP for this project.
So I'll make the second motion. I make a motion to adopt the resolution approving an amendment to the agreement with Blumberg and amending the CIP.
And I will second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
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 Thank you. Before we move into H2, we will take a 5-minute recess.
Well, I stay here. Yeah, she's not gonna be here and say hi. Walk in the, me in the middle. Susanna said meet in the middle. She's right. So what's it? Nice to see you. This is Susanna's mom. Yeah. It took her like 5.5 hours to get up here to Douwe. Vasco.
Yeah. She caught in it? She got turned around. She's going out. There were so many people that turned around, but I don't know how else to get here except to sit on Vasco.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, at this time, we will reconvene our council meeting. We'll move into item H2. This next item is a report on economic development. And Abraham Salinas, our senior analyst, will present. Abraham?
There we go. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. It is with great pleasure that our Economic Development team is here tonight to share some brief insights and highlights of the past 2 years since actually 2022. We're going to be sharing the past couple of years of accomplishments, some challenges facing economic development, and opportunities in the horizon. But before we jump into that, I'll be covering the purpose and the role of economic development in Brentwood. And I'm joined by Ricardo Noguera, Economic Development Manager, and Darren Gale, Assistant City Manager. So I'll just define what economic development is, just to refresh everyone's mind here. Economic development in local government refers to the efforts and initiatives undertaken by the city to improve the economic well-being and quality of life for the community. This typically involves a combination of strategies and policies aimed at attracting and retaining businesses, creating jobs, fostering innovation, and enhancing the overall economic environment of the community. So we focus on 5 key functions here. First of all, to strengthen and diversify the tax base. The city not only relies on property taxes, but as well as sales tax revenue. So by doing this, we can enhance the revenue funds that fund essential city services such as public safety, parks, infrastructure, and road maintenance. I'll quickly go through the last 4 here. We also foster quality employment opportunities. This is also done through workforce development. We attract diverse employers and developers. The goal is to specifically attract developers and employers to the Innovation Center and other commercial corridors that offer career pathways and high wage paying jobs that can cut the commute across the San Francisco Bay Area for much of our workers here in Brentwood. We also select and recruit retailers and restaurants. And we also enhance Brentwood's market appeal through various marketing tactics as we seek to establish and maintain a favorable perception of the city by marketing our economic assets and attracting investments that uplift our market status. And with that, I'll pass it over to Ricardo to go over some key initiatives and achievements.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. These are exciting times to be living or working in Brentwood. I'm going to go over just some of the achievements, and then I'm going to share some of the challenges. So let me start with downtown. Just earlier this year, we celebrated the arrival of Locanda Capri in our downtown. And this is actually part of the city's enhanced retail study implementation. Attracting restaurants from Danville and places like Lafayette, where a number of our residents were traveling to, they can now patronize them here locally. We also celebrated the reopening of the Delta Theater. And we're starting to get more calls from restaurants and retailers that want to gravitate to the downtown because of the reopening of this theater. And in the next few weeks, we're going to celebrate the arrival of The Yard, a restaurant right across the street that will be catering not only to serving food and spirits, but outdoor activities. So when you combine what the theater is doing and what the Yard is doing, you're having entertainment activities to draw more folks to the downtown. Now let's go to the Innovation Center. Whether one speaks to locals or folks from across the region, everyone asks, what is the Brentwood Innovation Center? And for those in many areas of the region and across the state, we must first differentiate between LA's Brentwood and Contra Costa County's Brentwood. So let's talk about some of what we have accomplished over the past 2 years. Led by our Public Works Department, we've spent over $16 million. We've planted the seeds by supporting infrastructure. In the next 60 days, we will celebrate the extension of Sand Creek Road, which will open up 200 acres on the west side of the Innovation Center to development. We will also, and tonight you approved, a utilities agreement with 2 of the property owners so we can extend the utilities from the end of Empire Avenue to the immediate west side of the freeway, which is key for attracting investment. And of course, the county celebrated the grand opening of the bridge, the pedestrian bicycle bridge, back in April. Now, the next area, and you don't always see it on paper, but maybe finance sees me traveling around, attending conferences, placing ads. When I leave Brentwood and when I leave this county, I go to places like Fremont, San Jose, Brentwood. I go out there to pick cherries. Not many people across the region know this city. We've spent quite a bit of time over the past couple of years traveling to conferences in San Francisco, San Jose, LA, Boston. We've had folks come internationally to promote this city and to promote the Innovation Center. It's taken a long time, but as the mayor shared this evening, I believe we are finally arriving there, and folks know that Brentwood is on the map. Two years ago, we actually served as a finalist for LG Chem, a South Korean biotech firm that chose Vacaville over Brentwood, but we were a finalist. In fact, their president came here from Seoul to look at the site. That says a lot. Today, as I was driving in along Highway 4, I looked to my right, just passing Lone Tree Plaza, and what did I see? The grading beginning for Costco. Costco is now officially under construction. We have a lot of pursuits right now, and you should applaud yourself because I know you worked hard to bring Costco here. And guess what? More retailers and developers now want to be here because of Costco's arrival, the first non-residential project in the Innovation Center. We've reached out to a number of developers and brokers, including Brookfield, which is the large developer who's working on the facility, the former base in Concord. We've also had Trammell Crow, which is one of the largest industrial developers on the West Coast, come out to see us. And we were a finalist for Glideways, an autonomous vehicle operator who was looking to put their headquarters here. Let me share a few other activities elsewhere across the city. Streets of Brentwood. We've witnessed over the past couple of years a number of new retailers and restaurants that have opened up. Just in the past couple of months, Limitless Axes and Ales has opened. The American Medical Clinic has opened. And in the next few months, after being closed for over 10 years, we're going to have the former REI reopened with a Barnes & Noble. That shows you where this Streets of Brentwood is coming. La Quinta Hotel will break ground next year. And in 2026, Sutter Health will break ground just north of La Quinta. And then to top it off at Streets of Brentwood, we have a new owner coming on. And they are planning some exciting things over the next year and more. Another highlight I want to share is Golden State Orthopedics. If you recall, last year you approved the agreement to sell the former Los Medanos College with them. And folks around the community were saying, what does that mean? What that did was that enabled a number of medical workers who call Brentwood home no longer have to sit on that Highway 4 going to Walnut Creek. We have 100+ employees at the corner of Brentwood Boulevard and Sand Creek Road. And they're gonna take that center and lift it up. And thank goodness for Scortino Ranch across the street, because they have a lot of places to eat in walking distance. And I want to just hit on that a little further. The medical industry is a growing industry, not only here in East County, but throughout Contra Costa County. And we are going after more medical operators to expand here in Brentwood. And then the last piece I want to hit on, and I heard someone mention it earlier, that lazy dog. And I know it was approved last September by council. There's another parcel behind it that we have to get addressed. We are hoping to get that dog off the ground by next spring. So now I'm going to share the challenges and impediments. And this is always a tough area to cover, but if we did not share with council and the general public, you may not understand why some economic development activities either get stifled or don't occur at all. And here they are. The first is power. We were pursuing a clean energy company not too long ago. The clean energy company coming out of Silicon Valley basically said, we need 6,000 megawatts by January 2027. That's 2.5 years. I reached out to our power company. I said, can I get a letter of support that you could provide that power by then? They said no. And a number of other communities across the Bay Area are having the same challenges with that same power company. This is something that is stifling economic development, not only here in Brentwood, but throughout Northern California. The second is infrastructure needs. We've spent $16 million on the Innovation Center. There's a swath of land south of John Muir Medical Clinic, over 10 acres that can be developed, but we need to spend we need to extend the infrastructure south along Concord to support economic development there. The third area is our specific plans. If you recall, Darren Gale shared when this was approved about 1.5 years ago that he'd be back. Well, we hope to come back to you next spring because there are a number of areas in the specific plan that we need the council, the Planning Commission and council to consider, including the mixed-use component. And then there are shopping centers and business parks. So if I take the Innovation Center and I take the land south of John Muir out, we're pretty much out of land. There are opportunities to annex land further to support business parks. Another area which many of you may be aware of is office. And it's different in Brentwood than it is in many of other areas of the Bay Area. But if you look at what's happening in San Francisco, Oakland, San Jose, they're now looking to convert office towers to residential, and their downtowns continue to suffer. Another area, and I'm winding down now, another challenge we have is distance from the core. So I was in San Francisco last week. I was in San Carlos 2 weeks before that, talking to developers and life science firms, and they said to me, I always speak. I always raise my hand and speak. And I asked this developer from Fremont, I said, would you consider coming to Brentwood? And it was almost like I punched him in the stomach. I said, I didn't mean to cause any pain. He says, it's a bit far. BART doesn't even go out there. I said, it's not. I said, we have the talent. We have the sites. You just have to take a look. But it is a continual challenge to convince developers and technology companies to come east. And then the last area, which is a Bay Area statewide West Coast challenge, the industrial market and the technology markets are all hurting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricardo. So I'll just dive into the future opportunities and growth prospects. So even with all that said, the opportunities greatly outweigh the constraints that we have here. And there's definitely plenty of opportunities listed here. There's far more in the 20-page report that we attached to the staff report that you can go through, but I'm just gonna highlight a few of them. So the enhanced retail recruitment effort. So that was a strategic initiative a couple years ago. Staff has been implementing it. We're just getting ready. We're just trying to finalize the actual study so we can publish it and share it with you all. So as staff works to finalize the enhanced retail recruitment study, it will serve as a comprehensive guide for us to implement targeted strategies to identify select restaurants and retailers and cater to the specific needs and preferences of local residents. And then we have the Business Retention and Expansion Program. So although staff is actively engaged in retaining existing businesses and attracting new ones to the city, Ricardo and I get calls every day. We help all kinds of businesses across the city. But there's still a significant opportunity to develop a more robust business retention and expansion program. Such a program would support the growth of current businesses while strategically attracting companies from key industries, thereby fostering a dynamic and sustainable local economy. And you can tie a lot of these things into the business and retention efforts here in the city, but we want to build more on top of that. And again, a few more here, and I'll just touch on a couple ones. So related to the business retention and expansion, we launched the small business virtual workshops a couple months ago. Those have actually had a good turnout and been well received throughout the community. And then we've had return people and new people that we've never seen before. And it's been pretty accessible, and we continue to roll these out on a monthly basis. And hopefully that does result in more businesses being created and encourage entrepreneurs to, access these resources. These workshops aren't provided by us. We bring the experts in the field, whether it's small business loans, the SBA, SBDC, even small business banking, and we're partnering with local banks. So hopefully that does result in some new businesses or others expanding and growing within the city. And then I'll also touch upon the Agricultural Innovation Center. So, leveraging the city's agricultural enterprise program, turning to harvest time and looking at this property behind cellars to really be a center for innovation and the 1,000+ acres that we have in our backyard to really, leverage M4 and other partnerships that Harvest Time has and really just build in that sector because there's ag tech and there's plenty of opportunities for Brentwood to leverage our geographic location in that sector. And with that, staff is available for any questions.
Any questions of staff? Vice Mayor?
Yes, first of all, I really enjoyed, Abraham and Ricardo, your enthusiasm. I was super excited about this item and read every word of it. It was just filling me up. So thank you for that. Great, thorough presentation and, like I said, the enthusiasm. And I can't imagine you haven't sold Brentwood to half the world by now with that kind of energy. So yes, I'm going to go through, I know it's getting late, we want to go home, but I definitely have some questions. So there was a mention of a loss of potential biotech firm because Los Bananos does not have a well-established pipeline of training programs for prospective job seekers. We're in regular contact with them through interagency, and has that come up, the idea of guiding or partnering and kind of launching a program like that?
So it definitely has. The reason why Vacaville was ahead of us is they had Genentech locate there about 30 years ago. And the junior college connected with them and started providing workforce development programs so that they could come in entry level and then move their way up through the organization. Okay. So that's difficult. I would tell you they did not have that program prior to Genentech locating within the city. It came in afterwards. And so that's probably the biggest reason why we lost the LG Chem.
Okay. Glideways, we hear a lot about the autonomous vehicle programs coming to East County, and I guess they have not chosen a site yet. Am I understanding that correctly? I'm just going to keep you guys spinning.
Yeah, so they haven't settled on a site yet from what's been shared with me, although they are looking closely at the Concord Naval Station where they're located right now.
Already, right? Okay. I know Antioch is doing some big talking about glideways, I'm just saying. The Sutter Health Medical Offices project is not expected to break ground until 2026. What's the holdup on that?
They have quite a bit of funds and planning for Northern California. So they're looking at their facilities, which ones to open first. But they have closed on the property, which is very positive.
Okay.
So we know they own the property, and I've been harassing their planner for
What
the
a
past
surprise.
several months, and I've even connected him with the new owner of Streets of Brentwood. So everyone's excited for them to move forward, but the ball is in their court.
Okay. What is our current occupation rate for professional offices in the city?
The occupation or the vacancy rate?
Well, either one. would
So
tell me.
so the vacancy rate is about 3%.
I'm sorry, what?
About 3%.
3%, okay.
So I can tell you with all the few, I just finished a tour of the city. There's a building, a 3-story building on Sand Creek and Brentwood Boulevard that has a few vacancies. There are a couple of vacancies at Garin Ranch behind Jamba Juice on the 2nd floor. We just got the lower floor filled. And Sunset Industrial Park, right above the National Flooring, has a couple of spaces on the 2nd floor that are available. Other than that, we're pretty much spoken for.
Okay.
And just to add, the other thing is we have planned development areas. So you might have one area that allows for, say, a plumber's office, but does not allow for an office associated with an architect. So it might allow for a lawyer, but not for an architect. So some of the areas that he mentioned, we specifically have users, but because of the planned development areas and the language included in those planned development areas, they're unable to locate within that specific planned development.
Got it.
Can I
Thank
ask
you.
a question about that real quick?
Sure.
If you think that the business that wants to move in there is beneficial to the city, what prohibits you just to coming to council and asking for an update on that PD?
So it's that's a rezone.
Yeah, so what prohibits you, like, you know what, let me talk to council, and then comes to council and we go from there? Like, why can't that happen quickly?
So no rezones are quick. The word rezone brings a lot of people out to city council meetings
I
and
think,
planning
well,
commission
let's
meetings.
differentiate between residential rezone and commercial rezone, right? They're two totally different things, and I think as a person who hates the rezone in some cases historically, businesses seem differently. So I would say that I think council would be more open to discussing rezones when it comes to commercial than we would be for residential.
Economic development would love to see some of those changes. I think the city council has a number of priorities as it relates to your planning department, and you want to see those move forward. And then, of course, we can bring some additional changes as it relates to, an update to a zoning code or a planned development areas. We have 72 planned development areas. Is that correct, Eric? Or
Yeah.
over 70.
But if you have
So-
one project, it's kind of like what we did with the Innovation Center. We go through click, 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 click. What do we want? Bring it, like, can we amend it and add this?
I
Okay,
wish
sure.
it was that easy.
Why is it not that easy?
It definitely takes time, takes staff time to update, go through the public noticing process, and so it's not as simple as just coming and saying, hey, let's just make a change. There's a process to it.
Okay, we'll talk about this more in discussion.
I'm going to ask 3 more. Sorry. So there was a mention that city council should consider flex zoning downtown so offices can be located in single-family homes. What is involved with that? Are we getting a request for it?
That was my suggestion, because
Okay.
I can't go vertical, and I still have professional offices that would like to locate downtown. You look at a number of cities like Davis and a lot of suburban towns where they allow residences to be converted. My dentist is across the street in a house. So we're not trying to rezone residential to office. But if I own a home on that first block of 2nd Street and I wanted to convert it to an accounting office or a dentist, and I'm willing to make those improvements, that adds more jobs and business to the downtown.
So we're not talking about selling a single-family home as an office per se. We're talking about if someone wants to buy a home and then convert it.
Or if I own the home now and I'm living in Stockton and want to lease it to a dentist.
Okay.
What we're trying to do is find more ways to get more jobs to the downtown so that during the day, when most workers are traveling westbound, we're keeping people here in Brentwood. And when I leave the dentist, if my mouth isn't too swollen, maybe I'll hit MJ's afterwards.
Or at least sip and scoop. I'm not done, not quite. The feasibility of property and business improvement district for the Downtown Business Coalition. I'm curious about what the difference is between the current staff level of support and what that would bring to the DBC.
So that's yet to be determined. Actually, staff is working on finalizing a contract with the company that will help identify how much money could be raised with the property-based business improvement district. And what a property-based business improvement district is the property owners coming together and self-assessing them. And there's a process that's required to go through the city council. So right now, we don't know exactly how much could be raised. It could be, somewhere probably between $75,000 and $300,000. And then that board of directors would oversee those dollars, and they have a management plan, and they have to spend those dollars accordingly. But we're working hand in hand to provide this information to the DBC so that they can kind of take it to the next step. There is a pretty significant cost. It's about $70,000 to set up a new business improvement district.
Okay, thank you. My last one, throughout the report, there was a lot of mention of incentives. So I wanted to get a little bit more about that.
So we're still working on them as part of the Economic Development Incentive Policy Program. We'll be coming back to you hopefully before the end of the year with that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
And let me just add one thing. We do not lead with incentives. I think that there's opportunities that we would come forth. The city council has a policy that allows for an incentive to a certain amount to be handled at a staff level. I think it's anything over, is it 100,000? 100,000 has to come back for city council, and I actually believe that's a state law. So if we had a large, for example, LG Chem, if LG Chem wanted to come here and they said, hey, we need $1.5 million in incentives, we'd be right before you the next day saying, hey, let's get this done. We're trying to look at not just a program to attract large employers, but also how do we help our local small mom and pops. And since I'm up here, I want to get on my soapbox. We will have more impact growing a business from 2 employees to 3 employees, or 10 employees to 11 employees, than we ever would attracting a single employer of 500. That's very difficult, and we want to do that, but that's why these monthly programs, our webinars are so important, because we know how valuable it is to see a local business mom and pop grow from 1 to 2, or just add 1 job per business license that we have here in town.
Great, thank you to you and your team.
Okay, I just have 3 quick questions. I get asked this all the time. What is going in across from the water park next to the Chevron? Do we know what kind of businesses those are?
A building.
They haven't told you anything? Okay.
There is
so that's what I will continue to say. I don't know.
And based upon conversations that we've had, more of the same that's currently in there.
That's what I was thinking, more like the suites kind of thing. Okay. Yep. Golden State, Ortho, that's a couple of phases. So right, if I'm not mistaken? So is phase 1 complete now, or is?
Do you know? Yes, it is.
Okay. Do we know when phase 2 might be starting up?
They're in building permits right now.
Awesome. Okay, and then my last thing is, so the John Muir. I mean, I've been here over 20 years, and we keep hearing that there's a hospital coming. It's what people keep asking for. They always ask for a hospital. What do we know? I mean, I know that you said infrastructure. Is that the only thing having them from building out that south of John Muir?
No, that is south of the 10. They own 20 acres south of the existing facility. There's 20 acres south of that. And then there's John Muir Parkway that could be punched through to Foothill. So no, this is not specifically for John Muir. No. And what we're seeing, and we've been seeing over the past several years, is a lot of joint ventures between Stanford Medical, Kaiser, Sutter Health, UCSF. So there are a lot of ventures going on between the medical providers. And I think that's part of the reason why Sutter Health they're being cautious as they approach that 7-acre site. We're going to see over the next few years some transitions between the medical providers throughout Northern California. The land I'm referring to is south of the 20 acres that
Even farther
is
south.
privately owned.
Okay, so then let's talk about the hospital. Has that, I mean, it feels like it comes up and then it goes away. I mean, Joel knows, he's been here long enough, like it goes and comes, like that conversation. Where are we with any kind of hospital conversation, or are they just, it's not gonna happen right now, anytime soon?
So the Sutter Health is looking at medical offices. They're
No, I'm
not
talking about
looking
the
at a
John
hospital
Muir.
per se.
You know, John Muir, back in the day, the vision was a hospital, right? Where I think that even have a helicopter pad, if I'm not mistaken. So they had a vision of opening a hospital there at some point. I know that when the Kaiser came in, they moved away from that for now because they thought the Kaiser took all their business. That's what I'd heard. But, and I might be wrong, but do we have any updates of conversations around the hospital, or is that just never gonna happen?
So currently, no update from them. We have asked the question. As Ricardo kind of mentioned, we've been working with UCSF, Stanford Health, and a variety of different medical users. And every single one of them says that currently, there's not the demand for a new hospital this far east into the county.
Okay.
But we're still,
Bad.
as Ricardo says, he's harassing them. We're
Okay,
on
keep
them,
harassing
and we're
And there's a lot
encouraging
of
them.
outpatient services taking place.
Yeah.
So they will foster a 20,000 square foot outpatient medical facility to see how the market works. And if that works well and they look like they're making money, they're going to expand. But as you know, hospitals are very expensive to build.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? I do actually have a question. On the John Muir Parkway, there's a piece of property that the general plan map has bisected a piece of property that happened during the process of creating the general plan map, that potentially, looking at that map, that bisection of that property could be hindering, because it divides the piece of property, causes more difficulty for a commercial development, or is when do I ask and how do I ask staff or count, how do we make that change so that that doesn't affect
Future development.
the future development?
So we are actually working with Alan's staff right now, as well as planning on that route. And we have been talking to property owners over there, the church, as well as Ron Enos and a few others on that route and how we can at least impact future development on that site. So discussions continue.
Okay. Right. Thank you.
Sure.
Well, at this time, if there's no further questions of staff, we'll open public comment. Margaret?
At this time, the public present in the chambers and on Zoom are permitted to address the city council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in the chambers, please submit a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items not pertaining to this agenda item, and we received no written public comments for this item. And I have no speaker cards, and I see no hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. At this time, we'll close public comments. And any further council discussion on this item?
Well, I want to say thank you to the Dream Team for putting together an amazing, it's Michael Jordan, LeBron James here, and Steph Curry sitting over there, and I just appreciate you guys. And it's always fun watching you, Ricardo. You bring so much enthusiasm, so I enjoyed it. So, my bad. Anyway, that being said, I appreciate it. It was really informative. You guys keep us informed throughout the year, so I appreciate that. But to see it all in one place, it was really helpful. And I appreciate you all brought forward the challenges and impediments. One of the things that taken off my council hat and as a business owner, I've had the challenge of dealing with that I've heard other people say here is I've tried for several years to bring my law firm here. And I have to say, you all have done a wonderful job at trying to make recommendations to people and try to help. And it's just not enough real estate. So I think bringing the infrastructure that supports that will be really helpful because there's just not enough real estate here for some of the office spaces that people are looking for. And as a resident, I'd love to be in my city versus driving to Antioch. I literally now don't drive to my almost 3,000 square foot office and I sit at my home because I just prefer to stay in the city of Brentwood. That's one of the issues. The other challenge is, you guys checked it out right here, the challenge of shopping centers and business parks with very low vacancies. As was brought up here, I think by several people, PDs can become an issue and they are an impediment. If you're trying to open up a business, some of the planned developments are kind of archaic and they don't even make logical sense. And then some of the definitions that we don't even have a definition for terms we have in the planned developments, which will get in the way of a business actually opening their business. And then to bring it, we'll put a person who's coming into town who may have purchased a spot or leased a spot out about a year before they can actually open their business doors. Some people can't afford that. So it gets in the way of the small business owner's ability to actually open up business. That being said, it's not an issue of staff. It's an issue of what our regulatory policy. So I think at some point it's something that we do need to look at PDs and kind of like give them new life, breathe new life into them. Because I've found that economic development does whatever it takes to try to bring all diverse types of businesses to the city of Brentwood. And we see it by the people that are here. And then I think one of the things that I want to last say that I appreciate this report doing was recognizing the partnerships in our city. The partnership with the chamber, the partnership with groups like the DBC is big. I mean, what the DBC has done for downtown Brentwood, even recently, I don't think I publicly thanked, I may have, but I'll do it every single time, Amy Tilley, for what she did during Juneteenth and what she does all the time, but it's the DBC that's doing this. Those are those partnerships that support what you are doing. So I'm grateful for this report. I appreciate the update. That's all I want to say.
Okay, if there's
Yeah.
no.
And
Oh,
like
I'm
I
sorry.
said, we're gonna talk about later, the PDs. Yeah, I appreciate everything you all brought today. It's helpful to see it, like Councilwoman Pierson said, all at one time. I have a different perspective about the PDs. I like the PDs. I like that they each have their individual identity. Residents have worked really hard on those when they come forward. But I think we need a faster process for a commercial rezone. And I don't know how that happens. And if it's, so maybe looking at what that is on a PD, it shouldn't be that hard to change. Like you want, it's dentist, but you want, she wants her attorney office there. I don't think that should be as hard. And Darren and I have talked about this. We've gotten a lot of feedback from residents about not only PDs, but just other challenges. So hopefully we can streamline not only the PD process, but other processes in the city when it comes to businesses. And like I've told businesses, if you come forward with a problem, let's come with the problem, but also come with a solution that you think that might work, that you've had in other cities because you've done business in other cities or things like that. But I think that we can find a way to speed up at least the rezone process for commercial. There has to be a way. And I understand you have to do notices, but we put them in the paper and they get noticed and people come and I don't think you'll get much pushback from the public if it's just the type of business. The only thing I remember getting feedback on was strip joints. No one wanted any strip joints. We were looking at PA1. So I think we can do that. And I just appreciate everything you all do. I know we give you a hard time and we are very thorough, but it's because these things are going to be here a long time and, they impact the residents, all of the businesses do. So just making sure we're putting in the right businesses that they want. But thank you for all that you do. And as you're working hard. I think that what we've seen in the last 3 years that I've been here is light speed compared to what I had been seeing in the past, coming to these meetings and sitting there and asking and asking and asking. So you guys have done so much and I really, really appreciate it. So as a resident, so thank you.
Okay, if there's no further conversation, we'll move into item H3. The next item is a request from the Planning Commission to consider increasing the public hearing notification radius. And Eric Nolthinius, our planning manager, will introduce the item. Eric?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening again. I was actually feeling pretty good about following Abraham and Ricardo and Darren until Councilmember Pierson referred to them as the dream team. So I'm feeling a little bit of pressure. But I'm gonna
Eric,
keep
you're
it-
an all-star. All right.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. I'm going to keep this really brief. I think the council knows, but for the public's benefit, whenever there is a project that requires a public hearing, part of the process, and there's multiple layers to it, but part of the process involves mailing the public hearing notice to all property owners within 300 feet of whatever their respective project site is. So this is an issue that was initiated by Vice Chairperson Sparling at a recent Planning Commission meeting, and the full commission discussed it back in early June. And after some additional discussion with the full commission, the unanimous motion was made to request that council direct staff to update the applicable code section to increase the notification radius from the current 300 feet to 1,000 feet. I did attach to the staff report the actual code language, which is found in chapter 17.800. Details all the requirements for projects that require public hearings. And at this time, staff is asking the council to consider the commission's request and then provide appropriate direction to staff. And with that, I'll turn it back to the mayor. Thank you.
Yes.
Can I ask a question? If I look at the handy dandy log of items that have come forward, in April 12, 2022, the same request was made by Councilwoman Meyer. And why does it take so long? Or why has it taken so long?
I can't speak to the request previously made by Vice Mayor Meyer. I don't know if the city manager wants to weigh in on that, but I was just following direction from what the commission did back in June.
Okay, thank you.
That was some time ago. As I recall, and talking with Alexis about it, that it was something that we had shared with the council that we'd bring back through the zoning code update back in 2021. And then when that scope of work changed and got a new consultant, it delayed that work further. But I believe we're planning to bring this back this fall still to have that as part of one of the zoning code updates. So we already have council authorization on it. It's just working through a different process that was agreed upon. A different process could have got it done sooner.
Oh, I guess so you're saying that we already agreed on the 1,000 feet? So are you saying you're working on a process now to get it done? Or do we have to?
Council's direction was to come back with information on how to incorporate that into the zoning code. And as you see, just the example, it's just changing a number. So it could have been done a different process that might have been quicker, but that was what was agreed upon, was through the zoning code update. So that's some draft of it's coming back September, October, if I remember correctly.
So if it is truly just that simple as changing the number, can we just get it done and not wait for the full zoning update?
Community developments has a lot on their workload, but maybe they can address what's the quickest Eric thinks he could turn something around.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the consensus from the council, we can take it as a standalone amendment, simply changing from 300 to 1,000 and bring it back as soon as possible. I don't have a date in mind right now, but we would run it through the Planning Commission first. Any amendment to Title 17, which is basically zoning, has to requires Planning Commission recommendation. So we would start there and then bring it to council for a first and second reading.
So even though they've already unanimously approved it, it still has to go back to them?
Yeah, it's a little bit of a ping pong effect, right? But it has to go back to them for a formal recommendation.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Sure.
I'm ready to make a motion if that's.
Just one more clarification. Part of the reason why it had to come back to the council is because it's going to cost the city more or the applicant more, depending on who's required to do the public notice. So since the Planning Commission doesn't have budget authority, we had to make sure that this was going to still work for the council. But since the council previously directed it, we hadn't yet brought back the information so you understood what the cost implications were and any time implications. Again, I don't think it's significant, but we just hadn't done that work yet.
Thank you. If there's no further clarifying question to staff, we will open public comments. Margaret?
At this time, the public in the chambers and on Zoom are permitted to address the city council on this item. If you're on Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. We'll take public comments from the chambers, then Zoom. Remarks are limited to 5 minutes. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item after the timer has expired, and we received no written public comments for this item. I have no speaker cards, and there's one hand raised in Zoom. I'll call on Cinziana. Cinziana, go ahead.
Good evening again. I have a very simple question. When Vice Mayor Meyer brought up the 1,000 feet request, why didn't it go straight to Planning Commission, have it approved, come back to council and approve it and have it set by now? This is a very clear example of slow walking.
Ms. Todor, if
I
you
don't
could
understand.
speak to this
Yeah,
particular
it is
request.
this item. Yeah, it is the 1,000 feet. Excuse me, Mr. Bryant, you're interrupting me second time on my public comment on the topic.
Ms. Todor, if
So-
you would continue to speak
Yeah, I
to this
will
particular
continue if
item,
you don't
or we will
interrupt
have to
me.
move
So
on to the next item.
my question is, when Susanna Meyer asked for 1,000 feet request for notification on development, why didn't it go according to what was just explained to the Planning Commission?
Mrs. Todor, this question is not regarding this item. It is questioning the process
really?
instead of this item topic.
It is a process question, so nobody wants to answer. That's fine. It's very telling. So I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
I have no additional hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, we'll close public comments and move into council discussion. And
Yeah.
go ahead.
On this item, I mean, I'm glad it's happening, but again, it's just, I do feel like it was prolonged and we should have done it a long time ago. I think if staff sees a faster way of doing it, just, just let us know. Like, this one was taking too long. It was originally in 2022. If we thought, your vendor or whatever was gonna take a long time, just let us know and let's do it a different way and let's get it done faster. Because the perception is that we're slow walking it. I've thought that when I've watched this. I mean, Joel and I were just at Creekside with the pickleball courts. Those residents didn't get a notice. So it's like we could take care of a lot of the issues that we have from upset residents when developments go in or projects go in, if our notice just went a little farther. And it's just a little frustrating. This should have been done a long, long time ago. So yeah, I think we should do it.
And I think the other part of the frustration is because sometimes we'll make an agenda item like this and a request like this and then forget because it has been a long time. So I know there's that list of pending agenda items, but some of the smaller ones like this are going to get lost in the shuffle. So I would also just request at the time of something like this is, a request like this is made, if there's a discussion about how long it's going to take or if there's an alternative way to get it there, I would appreciate hearing that.
Can I ask a clarifying question? If council has already given direction on this, do we need to have a motion that says we give direction on this, vote again? Instead, should it be that it advances earlier to be taken care of by staff time and attention and money to advance it sooner than in, I think December is the zoning code amendment?
Well, I'll ask for some clarification because my understanding was that when this request was made some time ago and it was brought back to council with the proposal that it be wrapped into the zoning ordinance amendment, then you were advised that it would proceed on that schedule, and it wasn't identified to go forward on its own with whatever the costs associated may be with it then. So I don't even know that you've had the conversation about what the costs are and what the staff time impacts are because it was traveling as part of the zoning code update. So I think we do need a separate motion tonight. It's a long way of saying that because I don't know that you've had that full conversation. Eric, you may have different information on that score.
No, that's fine. I agree. But I think a simple motion directing staff to initiate the amendment is really all we would need at this point.
Then I would like to make a motion to have staff initiate the movement of increasing the notification radius for public hearing items from 300 feet to 1,000 feet.
And I'll second that.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
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 Opposed? It moves. Moving into item H4. This next item is a request from the Planning Commission to consider a study related to open space protections. And Eric Nothenius, our planning manager, will introduce. Eric.
Hello again. So this was a request that was initiated by Commissioner Floor regarding whether to recommend that the council direct staff to study open space protection issues following the passage of Measure Q. This was discussed with the full commission back in April of this year, and after significant discussion, the commission moved on a 4-1 vote to move forward with the request, which again is for the council to direct staff to study amendments to the municipal code, the right to farm ordinance, as well as the general plan's conservation and open space element that would provide additional open space protection resulting from the passage of Measure Q. At this time, the council is being asked to provide specific direction on how to implement this request. I do want to point out that there was also an attachment to this staff report, which basically is a summary of the recommendations as provided by Commissioner Floor. And then regarding workload, just based on the other projects that community development is working on right now, if this is something that's authorized by the council, it likely wouldn't be started until early next year. And with that, I'll turn it back to the commission for questions. Commission, council, so sorry.
Clarifying questions of staff?
Why wouldn't this come, I guess I'm confused about on this one, the process. We created the committee to update and review the Brentwood Municipal, the BMC. I saw in Commissioner Floor's open space protection recommendation, there were 5 recommendations. I just want to, the ones, just making sure I'm clarifying that the 5 recommendations was, we recommend a complete review of the Right Farm chapter to make sure there are no ambiguities and to ensure the existing non-agricultural operations have rights on par with agricultural operations when a new use is established alongside an established use. We recommend that action COS 2C be implemented, and that's from the general plan by staff at the direction of council, and further recommend that the provisions be modified to make the requirements. We recommend the provision could be added for the consideration of lands under the Measure Q overlay. We further recommend that the general plan and municipal code be reviewed. And we further recommend the consideration be given to, and I'm not reading it full breath, but creating a section in the municipal code that further protects open spaces. Can't this come to the BMC? We're meeting soon for BMC to consider to make recommendations to the Planning Commission and then to the, or to the City Council versus here. It just seems off-putting that we created a committee, but we're not allowing that committee the opportunity to do what it was created in nature to do, which was to look at these types of concerns and to address them and make recommendations.
So a great question. This is a kind of a multi-layered request, but I'll defer to the city attorney in terms of how that might work with that committee. I know it was established, but I don't have a lot of background on it.
Thank you. So this is a function of our existing meeting rules and procedures and the way they're set up. So right now, the commissions follow the same future agenda item request process that you all do, except they don't have the ability to dedicate staff time and resources to projects. So if they come up with an idea that requires the expenditure of staff time and resources, then it has to come to the council for your determination as to whether the 5 of you want to take that step. In this case, if the 5 of you want to delegate consideration of this item to the new Brentwood Municipal Code Ad hoc Committee, or Standing Committee, then certainly that would be appropriate. But the Planning Commission just doesn't have a mechanism for directing items to City Council committees directly. Their only avenue is to come to the 5 of you as a whole right now.
But it is an option that we can take this to, we can as a body decide to take it to the BMC to flesh it out even more, to do an analysis and make a determination and a recommendation.
Absolutely. The Planning Commission just doesn't have the authority to decide which committee to send something to. That's up to all of you.
Thank you.
And I'll just add one more. So the proposal referenced Title 8, but also references Title 17. So if this BMC Council Committee decides some things, it may still have to go back per law to any changes to Title 17, Planning Commission, and then come back to City Council for proposal. It could prolong the process, but again, however the council wants to handle this, we'll make an effort on it.
Any further clarifying questions? And at this time, we'll open public comments.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. If you're on Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. We'll take public comments from the chambers, then Zoom. Remarks are limited to 5 minutes, and we received no written public comments for this item. I do have 2 hands raised in Zoom and no speaker cards in person. I'll call on Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. I just wanted to come down here. I speak only for myself, but I am on the Planning Commission, and I am, as noted, the author of the document you have in front of you. And so I thought I would offer myself up to explain any questions you have. And to Council Member Pierson's point, yeah, I'm very mindful that you do have a committee being formed to go through the municipal code. And it did definitely crossed my mind that one option that the City Council might take would be to refer this out to that committee. And I think it's actually fortunate that you have that committee. It's a good idea to have that committee. And so I didn't mean to do any kind of an end around, but as Council explained, all I can do sitting in the Planning Commission is talk to my fellow commissioners, and we can make a recommendation to the City Council, and then the City Council decides the process. So having said that, the impetus for this is that I was noticing, in right to farm, that the assumption is that the farm is going to be there and then a development is going to come. So it's going to be a commercial property or a residential property plopped down next to the farm. And so they want some buffers, and they want the people that build their business or their residential community there to understand that there's a farm there, and they're not going to stop farming, and they have every right to do what they got to do. They run machinery, have animals, spray crops, whatever they got to do, they're going to do it. And that's what you get when you build next to a farm. And I totally support that. What Measure Q has provided this community is the option to have agricultural uses in open spaces that were currently used for some other use. And there's a lot that would go into doing something like that. But still, when WBA came to talk about Deer Ridge and eventually acquired it, what they wanted to do was make an agri-hood out of it. And so that would be something that, there's a lot of process behind that. But at the end of the day, it would be a farm, and right to farm would mean they could stick a farm into the middle of Deer Ridge, right up next to houses, and start running heavy equipment and doing all this stuff. And my thought is there still needs to be a buffer, but it's not practical for Deer Ridge is already built, so we can't put a buffer. We can't make Deer Ridge put the buffer. So it would be onto the farm to build a buffer. And similarly, if it was disruptive to the community, there would be some case for the community to ask the farm not to make so much noise or whatever it was. There needs to be some kind of whoever was there first has the right, so if you build a neighborhood next to a farm, yeah, they're going to farm. If you build a farm next to a neighborhood, yeah, you're going to have neighbors that want some quiet. So there needs, and And I'm also mindful of the fact that the document ran kind of long. The one that was not able to vote for it said simply that there wasn't enough time to consider the document. And so I am here to talk to you about the ideas of it. The two COS items were items that I heard about on the one night when I was unable to connect to speak. I don't know if you remember, I got very frustrated because you guys were considering those two options, and they're perfect for the situation where if you had a farm or an open space. And similarly, I think an open space section is advisable, and also in 17. So I think that all of these things are just ideas of how we could update the municipal code to accommodate if somebody wanted to come in and build an agri-hood or make a farm or had some agricultural use for what is currently either open space or reserved for some SPF, reserved for recreational, they would at least have a framework to get started because we have no zoning for them right now. We have nothing. And so I think this would be a really positive step if we were going to welcome something like that into our community, to have rules in place so they knew what to expect. And I'm here to answer questions if you would like. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised.
This time we'll close public comments, move into council discussion.
I think it seems like a great solution for it to go to the committee.
I agree. The one thing I was wondering, and I might be crazy, but is there a difference between farming and ranching in the definition of all of this? A right to farm, does that mean right to ranch?
Does Eric know he's being called on?
He's like, why are you asking me that question right now?
I'm just going to different tabs on the computer. I mean, in the right to farm ordinance, there are definitions for agricultural land and agricultural operation. Agricultural operation means normal and customary farming and agricultural activities, including but not limited to cultivation and tillage of soil, harvesting and processing of agricultural commodities, raising of livestock.
Okay.
Is in there. It doesn't say ranching per se, but fur-bearing animals are referenced. So it's
Okay.
pretty comprehensive.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
And if I could just real quickly, I haven't had a chance to discuss Commissioner Floor's submission here with him. But I think there are a couple of things that would bear some further discussion. So if that's going to be with the committee, that's fine. We can talk about it with the committee. But just a couple of things that we would all want to keep in mind, like Measure Q doesn't give more rights to property owners to develop or use their properties in a way that they couldn't before Measure Q was passed. Measure Q was a restriction on the use of property, right? So it doesn't give you additional avenues to start a farm where you couldn't start a farm beforehand, for example. So those are some of the things that we could talk about in the committee if that's the wish of the council.
Yes, do you want to make a motion for it to go?
Sure. I'd like to make a motion to consider this item at the, I created the committee and now just, thank you, the Brentwood Municipal Code Update Standing Committee, thank you, to either come back for recommendations and suggestions to the Planning Commission if necessary, or the City Council.
And I will second that.
We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. The item moves. Move into item H5. This item is to request from the Planning Commission for a traffic study. And Eric Nothenius will present. Eric.
Just want to clarify for the record, this is the last one for me tonight. Okay, so thank you, everybody. So this is another request that was initiated by Vice Chairperson Sparling from the Planning Commission regarding whether to recommend that the council direct staff to study in more detail traffic and safety concerns in the vicinity of Grant Street, Adams Lane, and Lone Oak Road. So this was discussed with the full commission back in April, and it's a little bit lengthy, but I wanted to read, and this is directly from the staff report, but this is the motion that was adopted unanimously by the commission. Requested the City Council direct staff to study in more detail traffic and safety concerns in the vicinity of Grant Street, Adams Lane, Lone Oak Road, Gracie Lane, and Caper Drive that allows community input in a collaborative way that includes all local residents, Vineyard Academy Christian School, the Brentwood Union School District, and staff, and to explore solutions that may alleviate resident concerns. Potential traffic solutions to be explored include, but are not limited to, installing cul-de-sacs, roundabouts, one-way access, right turn restrictions on Lone Oak Road during school hours, and any other traffic calming options. So again, the council's being asked at this time to provide staff direction regarding whether to study these concerns, including the scope and content of what should be studied. I'll turn it back to the mayor. Thank you so much.
Any clarifying questions of staff at this time? Seeing none, I will open public comments.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the city council on this agenda item. If you're on Zoom, raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer is expired. Remarks are limited to 5 minutes, and we received 0 public comments for this item. I have 2 hands raised in Zoom and no speaker cards in person. I'll call on Danny. Danny, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Okay. Let's start with the easy one. I'll make it short. If you're going to use the same people to do the same research that gave us the same just wrong answers, then don't waste our money. Okay. These people, inside, outside consultants, have gone over and over and over again, trying to convince us that congestion doesn't exist. No matter how many more pieces of property, no matter how much more traffic goes through this area. And this just happens to be the new one, in literally at the planning meeting, Commissioner Floor said he almost hit somebody. And this is with the existing traffic the way it is right now. Commissioner Johnson and Brand asked questions they didn't get answers to. Every one of them had questions. And the neighbors had a commitment from our traffic engineer that he would sit and meet with them. Well, he didn't. And I don't know how it defies common sense. That road has not been changed since, I think, when the park was installed or when the school was first installed. Okay, that lane was the same. And then you have Amber, and then you have Gracie, and now you have Shea. Not one development, but 2. And your traffic engineer is saying, oh, there are no problems here. This is ridiculous. If it's a true traffic study, you may have to accept some unfortunate truths that you may have to widen a road for safety, which means that Shea and any other place in that area may have to give up land. Okay, so if you have to do the eminent domain, whatever the case may be. But you can't just put, some floss on here and try to rework physics to convince the populace that you can add, literally, if I'm not mistaken, and Cynthiana can fill this in, you're adding 50% more cars and let's say 100 more people into a community, onto a street that can barely maintain its existing populace. It's real simple. That area, let's look at it like a glass in water. That area at first, you filled up half a glass. Then as the development grew and grew, more and more water was put into it. At some point in time, and that point in time was the school being extended, it was pointed out that, you know, this glass is full. We can't take any more people. And our snide, condescending, I don't know why he still has a job, manager, just poo-pooed the whole thing, literally. Just, you know, don't worry about it. I've been doing this 30 years. Okay? Now, you're adding 2 more developments. The glass is already full. That street is saturated. That area is saturated. That is right now today. And with this traffic study, I think if it's done correctly, there'll be obvious truths. There are more homes than there are lanes to drive around safely. So if you please, don't just, please, don't sell our neighbors short. Thank you.
The next speaker is Cynthiana. Cynthiana, go ahead.
Hi, good evening again. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this item. I really hope I won't be interrupted. This is on the topic of traffic study for Lone Oak Caper Road, recommended by Planning Commission. So I hope the chair of this meeting is okay with me speaking on this particular item. I need to understand, first of all, why a request for traffic study must go to the city council. It is stated in the agenda that it cost $15,000 for this particular study, which is within the approval limits for the sorry, I'm very tired. The approval limits for our city manager. So why didn't we move forward on this money-wise? The residents along Lone Oak Road and Caper had to wait 4 months for this request just to be presented in front of the city council. Our requests actually go way back, 6 years back, when we asked for our 17 feet wide road to be analyzed through a traffic study. We were never provided a clear report on how many cars, why can't we have any calming, traffic calming measures implemented in our neighborhood when, you know, there were several reports. One, even last month, Brentwood PD is very well aware of it, when a car that was speeding on Caper Drive actually hopped the curb, and if a resident was to walk on that sidewalk, would have been hit and possibly died. Again, let me reiterate, it is 6 years in the making, and the city did not take any measure. They did not take any action. It was just empty words, and nothing has been done. So seeing how city staff works, this is the scenario I have in mind right now. Traffic study will only be conducted possibly October, November timeframe. Then the rain starts. City staff cannot complete work until maybe next year. This feels literal, like standing in line at DMV. Can we actually try to be better in Brentwood for its residents? Also, this is a prime example of how city manager slow walks projects and manipulates what items get on the agenda and when. And Mr. Noltenius mentioned April. It was April 2nd when this request was put in by the Planning Commission. We are at the end of July now. So tell me this is not slow walking. If this was a pickleball court, it would have been done in no time. Please prioritize this project, approve the traffic study, and implementation of any measures that stem out of this study so the residents along Oak Road, Caper Drive, and Gracie Lane can feel safe again. And again, keep in mind, it's been at least 6 years since we asked for something to be done for this particular area. Thank you for your attention.
The next speaker is Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. I just wanted to really quickly say I heard another speaker say that I had said I hit somebody, and I just want to clarify that I would never actually hit somebody. I think what he meant to say, and actually even intended to say, was that I mentioned that I nearly hit somebody when they walked out in front of my car over there by the Goose Park when I was driving over into the neighborhood, and that the traffic there, the foot traffic was pretty busy, and so I had some concerns about that. So just want to clarify, I don't hit people. So it's not a big deal, but I just wanted to make sure that nobody misunderstood that. Thank you so much.
I have no additional hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, we'll close public comment, move into council discussion. Or if I have a motion for this item.
Yeah, this area is wild to me because this is where a lot of sideshows are happening on that intersection on O'Hara. It's right by there. It's where we have a ton of accidents that happen in that intersection. I think it's all the time. There's accidents there because people, for some reason, speed in this area. I do think there's a lot more cars there. Like, don't go there during school. It's insane, but there is a lot more cars. And I actually go down there. This is not far from where, Council Member Pierson lives. I go down there a lot because I do go check out Dolphin Park and Blue Goose Park on occasion, so it's not far from there. But I do think we need a traffic study. This request was made by residents, and I think most of them are they don't trust that anything's gonna happen. I mean, you still have one resident that's actively calling, but they've lost faith in us that we care about their traffic situation. And again, it started, I think she's right, 6 years or longer, they've been asking for someone to do a study. I think in the beginning, before it was as congested it is now, it was just like, hey, can we get a speed bump? And they were told, no, they can't get a speed bump. So we've even gotten emails now about all the construction traffic going through, which wasn't supposed to go through, which I know is not staff's fault, but you guys followed up with them. But people are breaking the rules. That's what just happens over there because it's a little bit rural on one side. So again, I'm in support of doing a study. I think it'll actually help us because we've been getting information on these developments, and when I ask where the data comes from, they just tell me, Steve Kerskervan says, oh, it comes from books or it comes from here. So just having an actual study will actually tell us exactly what's going on. And then once we know what's going on, we can try to actually mitigate the traffic issues that we're seeing if we see them. So I'm in support of it.
Councilman Orban.
Maybe a couple real quick questions, and then I got a few comments. But one of the callers had mentioned that the study had been done, or the traffic calming measures had been recommended, but never followed through on. Can you tell us what happened with that?
Thank you, Councilmember Orlemans. Looking back in 2019 on Lone Oak specifically, a speed bump analysis was performed where we monitored and collected data based on the traffic through there, as well as speed counts or getting a feel for the speed out there. We did the evaluation per our warrant study, and it did not meet the criteria based on the volume. So there was not enough vehicles going through there. In addition, due to the lack of curb and gutter on Lone Oak, if let's say if the volume was met, which is 500 vehicles per day, I believe, and a curb and gutter and a speed bump was warranted, the lack of a curb and gutter out there would just, if we were to install a speed bump, people would just somewhat dangerously go around the curb and gutter and into the sides of the roads, just to avoid the speed bumps. So those are two of the items that we had noticed in our analysis as to why a speed bump was not warranted in that location. And then going back, we do these speed bump analyses and warrants because it's a uniform approach that we apply citywide. It's helpful, and that way when we analyze these situations and requests, that we could uniformly implement and find where speed bumps can be installed. The challenge is, as you may know, we need a 2/3 vote. Let's say a speed bump warrant is met. We need the residents along a specific street where these speed bumps are going. We need a 2/3 vote in favor of speed bumps to go in. And part two of it, which is we've seen a bigger issue, is we need to have at least a couple residents approve having a speed bump in front of their homes. So those are some challenges with the analysis. So I spoke previously about Lone Oak in 2019. We did a speed bump analysis. The other analysis we did in the area was for Caper Drive. This was in 2020, just before COVID. Similarly, it did not make the volume condition, and I think that was the result. I'm not sure if there's curb and gutter both sides of the streets on Caper. I think there is, but I think it similarly did not meet the volume condition. If I may, with regards to the request, as everyone knows, this came up when the Rock Church project moved forward with increased enrollment. Similarly, there are several factors that lead into what's going on around Adams Lane, Grant Street, Lone Oak, and Caper. Understanding the concerns there, I would, if directed by council to move forward with a study, I would propose that we sort of wait and see as the 81 or potentially 81 new single-family homes move forward. Orchard Grove itself is already installing and building sort of a loop street off of Adams. We want to see what kind of effects that might have with traffic circulation through there, as well as, again, we haven't considered it this evening, but the Orchard Grove North project, that would be another project to see, if approved, to see how that affects the traffic patterns. The opening of the new Isaac R. Montañez Elementary School, also shifting the boundaries of traffic or of students and enrollment, which again may affect the patterns of traffic through there. So that would be just my ask is, and just the reason why there is a financial component to this item now, just to share with the public, is that Steve Kersevan, our traffic engineer, is planning to retire on August 15th. So if we were to move forward with the study, we would probably have to employ or hire a consultant to assist us in the data collection. Hopefully that answers your question, Tony.
Yes, it did. Thank you. Councilmember mentioned a lot of accidents, Chief. Adams and...
I don't have that information for you tonight on that, in that general area. I did receive the email from, I'm not sure who sent it, but related to the surveillance video of the vehicle that was speeding down Caper, went up onto the curb and then corrected itself and left. There was no damage to my knowledge from that, but as far as actual numbers of accidents, I don't have that for you, sir.
If I could, I did take a look at the traffic or the accident report in the area. Based on my recollection, I think there were two along Grant, but they occurred at midnight and another at 2 in the morning. not really related to school traffic or anything like that. And I think maybe a couple more, I forgot where they were, maybe on Adams or Lone Oak, but then I guess similarly, they were sort of after hours, not during peak hour traffic.
But can you also look at O'Hara? What is that? Sand Creek? Because I think those cars are speeding going into Encanto, and then they end up in the neighborhood. That's where I see a lot of accidents happening.
Going into where?
At, Encanto, like the neighborhood, sorry. Oh my God, well, do I say it with the English accent or just say in Spanish? I'm like, they're not gonna know what I'm talking about. But that's where I see the most accidents, and you see people speeding across, what is that, Sand Creek in O'Hara? You see them speeding through that intersection to get into the neighborhood. So if they're speeding to get through there, you know they're speeding once they're in there, kind of. That's why I asked, mention those accidents.
Thank you, Councilmember Mendoza. I don't have that information in front of me, but as I've mentioned before, this is sort of our day-to-day work. We try to hear as much from the community and council with regards to some hotspots and concerns. We do take it seriously. So it is something we do look at. Even without council's direction, it's something we're looking at anyways. So just want to give that assurance.
So this is my neighborhood. I actually drive this area. When it's school times, it is Douwe. I do have to say, I think Dana Eaton will be happy that the Marsh Creek staff does an excellent job of trying to get families in and out really fast to avoid. And the same thing on the corner of the Rock, they do a good job. They put all their directional signs. That being said, even when they do that, it is Douwe, and I will refuse to drive that way around the time of schools. Now I'm plagued with the fact that, and it's sad that I have to call it a plague, that people do drive fast through the neighborhoods. I haven't seen necessarily the accidents in the neighborhoods, like near the school, but I do know in the past, since I've lived in that area, which has been since September of 2018, my neighbor down the street, I think it was the end of last year, was ran over by a car and it still does not have full capability. Like, he's still trying to regain walking capability, but was on life support. And it was during high traffic areas, school times, by a delivery company. I won't name which one. And I do think there was a 12-year-old on a bike who was actually airlifted and then later perished from that area. So, and now I'm plagued with, there's another school coming that we're not even talking, we're kind of talking about, because we're saying it's directing it away, but you basically put in the neighboring little, like, literally you can throw a rock over right around the corner from me, moving that traffic there, that I'm highly concerned. I'm gonna stay on the record. I'm very concerned about traffic. I'm concerned about that. I'm also, I didn't think about this during our review, but I didn't know we needed a 2/3 vote, because there's now a speed bump at the end of Big Basin and Lunger, and I don't remember voting as a resident down that street for that speed bump. So I know it's challenging, but I have to actually, you guys will not believe this. I agree with something Danny Dorman said. I agree that his son is the bomb.com. And I also, Crit is the bomb, but I also agree, like, if nothing changes, nothing changes. So, like, the ask here is to ask staff who's already done traffic studies to do the same traffic study. So I'm wondering, what's the ask if we're going to get what we've already gotten? I do think that we do have the issue of more people coming to the area. I think with more people coming, we don't necessarily know that. I know that they rezoned, not rezoned it, but they reassigned kids from that school over to the other one, but I don't know that that's going to impact the number of people going, because we have more people coming, right? So, but I know something does need to change, because I know I called back in 2018 for a study. I didn't get a speed bump until school came. I don't remember voting on the speed bump coming. And then I think if it comes through the school, one of the issues when it comes to the schools is it doesn't always come to us or planning. The schools just get to pick. So it's an issue that I think we need to address and discuss. But I just don't know if I appreciate you, Alan, for telling us more about, like, and I don't want to make this directed towards one person. What do we do to try to get a more thorough study because, and then I think some of the ask was a little bit broad, to be honest. It said, I would like to know, like, what is collaborative? Is that saying are they all gonna participate? How do we force them to participate or not participate, right? So can we force the school district? I'd love for them to come because they make a lot of decisions without council being there. We always talk about here at this seat, and I've seen it on planning, like, what about crossing guards? And then we have to defer back to them on certain things. What about crosswalks across like, we defer to them? Oh, thank you. Oh, let me face this way. Thanks. But one of the things we said, solutions that may alleviate residents' concerns, like, what if we get the same answer? Do we resolve the problem if it doesn't alleviate their concerns? So I think I'd like us to flesh this out a little bit more. I'd like to give direction for us to do it because I would like to know one thing, like, what is a right turn restrictive during school hours? Is it feasible or not? Like, and I think, Alan, those are things that we can get more information about, whether it is feasible or not. What does it look like sign-wise? Do people actually follow the signs? If they don't turn, will residents on loan be impacted? I see Chief saying, nope, they don't follow it. Will residents be impacted? I might, if I wasn't a traffic judge before that, I probably would have turned if it was my street. I'm like, whatever, I'm turning right. I don't care. Will people not? I don't know. But I think it's enough we can come back and explore it and discuss it. I would like to find out, more about that kind of stuff. But do I want to have us do a whole nother study that we've done a study on individual projects? Like, does that resolve? Because I know when Rock was expanding, we talked about traffic. I know when one of the developments we talked about traffic. But holistically, I hear the ask, and I think it's not a bad ask. But if we're going to go back and reproduce the same studies that we've already done, that doesn't resolve the issue. So how do we get past regurgitation of what we've already had, if that makes sense?
Yeah. So to follow up on Councilmember Orleman's questions, and Alan, your request for pushing this out a little bit, is that because you don't think that we would currently meet the standards for vehicles traveling?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Vice Mayor.
Whoever
Meyer.
you are.
Based on the fact that since 2019 and 2020, there has not been any newly built development in the area that could change the circulation. And based on the last study that we did in 2020 and 2019, which didn't meet those criteria that we have set. Again, it's our policy. It's for uniform consideration throughout the city. So yes, if I am asking that we sort of wait and see. We want to have some people move into Orchard Grove as it gets built out, as well as the new street being open to the public within that subdivision, as well as the new school opening and that change. I looked at their school boundaries and it did change. To what extent, I'm not sure. So that's the reason why I want to see. It could be with the result of everything as they become more fully baked, that they could meet the volume requirement that we have. That could necessitate the installation of speed bumps at the request of the residents. And again, that would be, we would then have to go through the next steps, getting a 2/3 vote, and then actually identifying where the speed bumps would go. To Councilmember Pierson's question as to why the school has it, I'm not 100% sure, but I think it was because that was a school project and it was maybe identified as part of their mitigation, and through their process, they identified that particular location for a crosswalk and that it would be a speed table. So that was my understanding. It didn't come through our current process. And we see that with certain development projects, right? They would do enhanced crossings, enhanced crosswalks. In fact, Orchard Grove is installing a crosswalk across Adams Lane, as well as RRFBs. So, so again, to your original question, Meyer, that's the reason is there hasn't been, at least from staff's perspective, anything that would kind of indicate an increase since our last count in 2019 and 2020.
Even with the growth of the school.
Correct, but we could always monitor it. I mean, we as you know, Steve, he's out there almost daily, and he was already telling me that before he retires, he does intend to kind of take a look at it and maybe if possible, do some counts on his end to get, we'll have a sneak peek as to what it looks like.
So then, if I'm understanding correctly, with him about to retire in August, but potentially going out and doing some assessments on his own, if we're pushing this out one way or the other, we're going to have a consultant, which is kind of what Council Member Pierson is talking about anyway, to get new eyes on it, right?
That's correct. So I really don't think Steve's going to be around for the actual compilation of the data and actually maybe the data collection if we do it a little bit later. So with that, we would have to have a consultant come on board and try to help us out with data collection. This is going to be throughout the city as well as with all the other requests we have out there.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question about the start time. I understand you want additional houses with people. Do you have the timeline of when those houses will be occupied?
Bad Shay's not here anymore. They are well into completing their streets on Orchard Grove. They haven't. I don't think they've pulled building permits.
Can we ask Dave Best to answer that question?
Oh, he's there. Okay.
I don't know if he's available to answer like when the completion of the south part and then the north part.
Councilmember Mendoza, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, I'd be happy to give that information. Like Mr. Baguiar said, we are finishing up our streets right now. In fact, I think we're getting ready to pave the in-track portion of the project next week. We'll be pulling building permits pretty soon after. There's 51 homes in that community. We'll probably be building them on a pace of about anywhere from 2 to 4 houses a month, kind of depending on how the market absorbs them. So if you do the math there, you're probably about 2 years to build out from the time we start our first, maybe 2.5 years from the time we start our first house to the time we close our last house. And that's just the Orchard Grove 1 project. If Orchard Grove 2 gets approved, then there's another 31 homes there, and that'll probably take us out another 1.5 years.
Okay, thank you.
For all 81 homes.
Thank you. I really appreciate you hopping on.
My pleasure.
So, okay, that timeline probably not going to work. So, I would hope that you could meet with residents. I think the first part is meeting with the residents, and I don't know if you have a town hall here, combination of invite them in, get on Zoom, and let's listen to their concerns and let's go through them and itemize their concerns. What is really going on? Because we have the Planning Commission's comments, but is it speeding? Is it people turning wrong on wrong streets? Is it people is it the schools? What exactly is their problem? Which I think will then help us a little bit once we get a consultant. But I think we need a consultant before 3.5, 4 years. I mean, this has been going on for over 6 years. These people have been dealing with this. So I would like to see it soon. I understand the concerns from the caller who said she doesn't want to wait for the winter. But however, I do think that doing it during school time, so maybe if we could do it September, October, not like fully late, a study. I don't know what that takes, how soon we can move on something like that. But that would be great. And she did ask a question. So I have a question. If a study is 15,000, Tim, could you have done that study and then just come to us with the results and asked us if we wanted to pay for solutions or no?
I think what was referenced was my authority to sign off, but that assumes there's budget there to then authorize the expenditure of. So yes, we probably have 15,000 somewhere that could do the study. And I think as Alan's been trying to explain, maybe there's not a clear understanding of what a traffic study is. When we put down, and Alan can explain this better, but we need cars to run over the meter that's going to trigger counts. And we can say 6 years ago, this was a problem, but if there aren't the traffic counts, I don't know how to show it any differently, no matter how many studies you do or who you have do the study, or how much you spend on it. We need more vehicles to trigger the policy. So either change the policy or wait till you have enough traffic to then qualify. So we're at a loss about how to really try to do what you're asking us to do, I think.
Policy is on paper. People are real living and it's.
But we can ask the
hold on,
residents.
Let me finish. So I understand that you're trying to adhere to a policy, but why don't we do a traffic study? If they don't meet the criteria for the city, then it's something that the council can decide. Do we still want to invest in measures to calm the traffic? Because they live it, they're feeling it. So, but then we can actually have the data like, okay, is it really what they're saying? Is it not what they're saying? Do we have to go full blown? Do we just do tapered down? I think that will help us make some
Plus, it wouldn't necessarily have to be a speed bump, right? There might be other calming measures that it would fit the criteria for.
Yeah, I don't think we're just talking speed bump. I think we're talking like anything that would help, right? I mean, we heard, I don't live there, but Councilmember Pierson brought up a lot of concerns. So there's obviously something going on. People aren't making it up, right? So, and the data could tell you it's not important, but it's important when people are getting hurt, right? Data only goes so far.
Thank you, Councilmember Mendoza. As I previously noted with regards to accident history, we did not see anything that correlated with normal volume traffic. The accidents that we did see were more after hours, like one was midnight, one was 2, and these accident reports, I think they go at least 3 or 4 years back. So we could definitely look at that again, but that's my understanding with regards to safety. The other thing is the 15,000 that was quoted, that was just to analyze what was stated in the future agenda item request. So if we started to go further into looking along Grant Street, O'Hara, and others, that would balloon. And again, I'm not sure what mitigations we're looking for as far as along Grant Street. There are solutions to sideshows, or at least we've seen other agencies try them. We could always look at that, but I'm not sure that study is necessary for sideshow deterrence, but we could look at that in coordination with police. The town hall idea, that's, again, I think I'm all for that, with kind of meeting with residents, and we could always reach out to them. And like I said, they can always contact us directly too. It's a matter of scheduling and figuring that out. The other thing with regards to other mitigations, other things were mentioned with closing down the street, turn restrictions. I would caution against those. There's a lot of unintended sort of consequences. We find out a lot of the neighborhood there, if you start to restrict those kind of movements, they're not going to be able to, the residents themselves along Lone Oak and Gracie would not be able to make the usual commutes in or out to and from their neighborhood. Maybe they're dropping off their kids at school as well. So,
But there's only how many houses on Gracie? 8, 9 houses? If all 8, 9 people vote to do what they need to do, then that's not your concern or my concern. That is their concern, right? So that's why I think a town hall is important, so that they can understand. You can bring that up, and then if they go, we don't care, we're fine going around the horn if it helps reduce the traffic in the neighborhood, or then that's them, right? So I think that if any proposal that they would make, I hope that they support, they would be behind, or they wouldn't be making it. But again, I think it's just spitballing ideas with them and having them understand what they're asking, and then you can do a study based on what but I don't even understand exactly. I mean, Councilmember Pierson explained it, but I don't live there, so I don't understand. But maybe speaking to all the residents would help.
I'm almost hesitant to ask this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. So Councilmember Pierson gives me drama all the time because I watch all the LUD meetings, I watch all the Planning Commission meetings, and I watch all of them, and I sit in all of these, and all we do is complain, or I hear is complaining about the traffic study that was done and how horrible the people that did the traffic study are, and we're never getting the information we want because we can see the traffic isn't really like that. He's not doing the count right, whatever. During my agenda review, we had talked about real briefly that the traffic study that's done, we use the information gathered from the Contra Costa County Transportation Authority for the VMTs and the LOS models in the traffic studies. How do we get our own? If we don't like what they're doing, if we don't want to use Contra Costa counties and we're going to complain about it all the time, how do we get our own?
Great question. Quick. With regards to VMT, yeah, that's tricky. Councilmember Orlemans, we would, if we wanted to deviate from the CCTA's model, we'd have to go ahead and hire a consultant and start working on our own VMT analysis. That could be quite extensive, and we have to remember VMT analyzes basically vehicle miles traveled, which is more related to greenhouse emissions. The mitigations that I've seen in other agencies, particularly when they have VMT, a project that has VMT impacts, the mitigations are not quite what residents would be looking for. Things like better access to transit, possibly a shuttle to and from the downtown, for instance, or to a job center. So that's VMT.
Can I clarify? VMT, in my understanding, it really isn't a traffic study. VMT, the goal of VMT is to reduce greenhouse emissions, by 15%? So any new development you have has to not be over a certain amount or whatever, and I can't remember the math. So VMT doesn't really, it's traffic. So VMT is a standard for a region. It's not really a study of traffic, right? It's how far people drive to go to work. And the state of California wants to reduce the amount of time we're in our car. So if you're going to build a new development, there's goals that you have to meet about how far people can't be driving more than, don't quote me on this, I think it's 15% of your current VMT. So that's what they want. They want to get people off the road is VMT, where before it was LOS. And I felt, even though LOS wasn't traffic, I felt like LOS was more traffic-based to a certain extent than VMT. That's my quick.
Right, I got that part. It's just, and I asked for both.
Yeah.
Because we're talking about the LOS part of it in
Yeah.
the second half of this conversation. But just so I can help you out with the rest of the same question, it's how do we get our own? What's that going to cost us? And then will it actually change anything if we do all of that?
Based on the concern this evening, VMT is not going to address our community's concern that was raised this evening and with this future agenda item. So if we were to move forward with the city's own VMT analysis, I can't provide a quote here tonight, but I know it's going to be a pretty long and exhaustive process. With regards to LOS, we do have in our general plans specific thresholds for LOS, but it is more specific to, my understanding is more intersection congestion, things like a traffic signal. How bad is the delay for vehicles to get through that signal? How long are they at the red light? Can they get through in one cycle? Those all feed into a level of service, but it's more geared towards traffic signalized intersections. Similarly, that's not the concern here. It seems to be more safety related and cut through or people driving through my neighborhood. It's a separate topic. It's not quite LOS related. So that's where our other studies, things like speed bump analyses and others, that's where the sort of the safety component comes in. And that's what we've done in 2019 and 2020 with our analyses.
Okay, so we're going to keep doing a traffic study that's going to give us the same results. To get the same results, like Councilmember Pierson said, to come up with the same answer for everybody to keep screaming that we're not doing our job.
Thank you, Councilmember Olemans. I would love to install these. I want to be able to follow this policy. However, it's not to say if we do the study again that we won't, it could very well mean that we might hit that volume threshold that I was talking about. So I'm all for trying it again, as well as meeting with the residents to hear their other concerns and go through options.
I appreciate that, Alan. I just wanted to add to it, to Tim's point and to what Alan just said. I got to watch the study from inception on my street where it was actually put out, and it's like a snapshot in time, right? It just looks at a snapshot. So yes, doing it again, we may get a new snapshot. Hey, tell all your neighbors to just keep rolling up and down the street all hours of the day, so we can get a different snapshot. I'm sorry. The later it gets, the sillier my comments are. But I have to agree. We may very well spend a amount of money to get the same results, and I don't know if that's the best use of our time and our attention for staff and money. And is it? I have another question. Well, I have a question besides comment. Is it possible that we can use studies that were already done in that area and deem them as a council that they don't meet the standards we want and change the standards instead of redoing the studies again?
We could certainly look at that at our current policy and see. I would typically look at other agencies to see what they're doing and see if there's anything we could do to change things. That shouldn't be hard enough. We have the data. We could run it against other agencies, similar warrant analyses, and see if any of them hits. And that could give us some comfort in, possibly change our policy in the future moving forward. I would hesitate with kind of just reducing the volume requirement without doing some additional research to make sure we're within industry standards.
Repeat that last part, sorry. You would hesitate to what?
I would hesitate to lower our current policy thresholds without doing the analysis of other agencies and best practices out there.
Because I think instead of just like repeating the study, and like Councilmember Orleman said, we've seen this. We've watched this movie before. We've seen it up in the vineyard. What is the street called? I'm tired.
It's over with
Trilogy. We saw this at Trilogy. We watched this movie. We saw this over where Tony lives at. We watched this movie down that street over there by another middle school. We keep seeing the same movie, and it's not to say that it's the study is the study, right? And it's the number of cars in the snapshot of time. So I think instead of redoing getting the data again to get the same results, what if we just looked at our thresholds and spent more time and money towards the latter of what you said to reduce them, then reproducing the study, because we're just going to be in this ridiculous loop. And I don't know what you guys think about trying to do something like that, or if that's feasible.
And why can't we use some of the same calming measures that we did in Trilogy that appear to be actually helping with the current data that we have and with the feedback from the residents in some sort of town hall?
We could look at that, definitely. Things that were implemented on Vineyards Parkway was the painting of the speed limit on the pavement. Of course, the RFBs that we're looking at getting grant funding to improve, and a lot of it was landscape related, making sure everything's low.
Additional signage.
And additional signage, correct. So those are things we could look at. It's a little tricky with Lone Oak and Gracie and Caper, where it's a little bit different challenges. It's straight shots. But we could definitely look at other options.
So then the motion would be to hold a town hall, right? And to consider some of the similar mitigations used in the Trilogy development.
That'd be part of the motion. I'd add to look at the data and try to figure out how we can reduce our thresholds. So I think it'd be a combination of items.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, is that a motion?
So I like to make a motion for staff time and attention to look at current traffic engineering studies in the areas indicated on this request to figure out if we can reduce our thresholds. I would also ask that we have a town staff time and attention to prepare for a town hall that provides a collaborative way to explore solutions that may alleviate concerns and try to figure out some issues. And then also to utilize other mitigating techniques that we've used in other areas to bring down some of the issues with traffic in that area.
We don't need to point out the trilogy, right? Okay.
Just wanted to double check with Alan that we're using the right definitions of what you've asked for is what we would be doing. So when we talk about a traffic study, we're counting speeds, trips, accidents, right? That's what the traffic study is going to look at. Anything else I'm missing in that?
And my understanding was actually we're going to use the current data we have and look at it in, holistically with other jurisdictions and best practices out there to see if there's ways we could lower our thresholds to meet the requirements for speed
Okay, I
bumps.
thought I heard you say traffic study. So, okay.
No.
So mitigation measures, then we can look at those as well. And that would be looking at painting and flagging and lights and all those kinds of things, right? Is that what you're?
We understand over here.
Wait, I have one concern.
Yes, that was, yes, we got it. Yeah.
I have one quick concern. So we're not doing a traffic study, but we have the school now and we know we have more kids at the school. Do we want to do a car count study? Like how many cars are going through, which is not really a traffic study. Is that a traffic study?
That's it, yeah.
Counting
That's part of
trips
it.
and speeds and.
See, I think we need to count trips going down those streets. Because I think the quantity has increased so much that he's saying that because the quantity was so low, they couldn't put in a speed bump because it didn't meet the criteria. And he doesn't want to veer away from the policy. But if he doesn't do a new count, then we don't know if we've met the threshold for the policy.
But wait, let's change this. Actually, the count's going to go down because people are going to move from that school. They have reassigned kids to the other school. So you might get the reverse of that. So if we use the current study that we have, which would probably result in higher numbers, that's what he was saying about waiting. We don't have the infrastructure there, the house is there yet. So we're going to get lower numbers.
Yes.
Because pretty much, I already know on my block, they all were at Marsh Creek. They're redirected to the other school.
Okay.
Your numbers are going to actually go down, not up.
So then my other question is, my number person, can you forecast out what the scenario you think with the additional homes that he mentioned, the 50-something plus 30-something? I mean, you must have some benchmarks, right?
And then that was what was already done with those housing projects that have been approved, right? They already did their traffic studies that forecasted.
I don't mean to be rude on this one. I heard those numbers. To me, those were poppycock. I think, again, we need someone different to do that.
To get a different result? from the
To get a more accurate result, because there's no way, I remember thinking that there's no way that there's only X amount of cars going in and out of that in the morning. Because I remember looking at, okay, if because of my Measure L data, if I took the average number of kids that are in school and the average number of house, there was going to be way more cars than were in that report. So, I mean, or you bring the math up to me of how you calculated the traffic for those and how you got to that number, and explain to me, because I've asked for the math before and all I've been told is, I got books and books.
Can I make a friendly amendment to my already done that will clarify more and maybe alleviate the concern about any future traffic study? Can I say that this is not a closed door and that we'll review it after the town hall and the suggestions of the residents, and after the assessment has come back from Alan, that we'll reassess this as a council to determine if we need to do a future study. Is that okay? Okay.
I'll second. I'll second.
Katie?
One quick clarification. Councilmember Pierson, you said that you wanted to look at the existing traffic studies in the vicinity of Grant Street, Adams Lane, Lone Oak Road, and Gracie Lane and Caper Drive to, quote, figure out if we can reduce our thresholds. Whether or not we can is a different question than whether or not that's supported by our existing, professional judgment or the professional standards that are used. What sort of metric are you looking for here?
I think for staff to give us direction as to what we are able to currently do, recommendations if we would like to reduce it, how to do it. because we don't know how we can.
Okay, so would it be figure out if it is possible to reduce thresholds, and if so, whether
How?
staff recommends that? Okay,
And if and how council can, how we would proceed to do that.
Sorry, yeah, I think I've got it all typed out. Thank you.
Okay, we have a first
My second remains.
and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the item moves. Moving into J2. Request for Council Member Pierson to change the Age and Disabilities Friendly Communities Committee and the Diversity, Equity, Belonging, and Inclusion Committee from ad hoc to standing committees. Council Member Pierson.
Thank you. As someone who services our senior population and as a parent of a child who I may one day need to get the assistance of the city to support me in finding housing and other supportive needs, I am honored and it's been a privilege to be on the Age and Disabilities Committee with none other than our Vice Mayor, Susanna Myers. And this portion, the reason why I'm bringing this now is being on this committee, this last one that meeting before the last one that we had the opportunity to have a collaborative event of stakeholders, thank you, who come into right here in this chamber and give us some great ideas to get the balls rolling. This first year on this committee has been one of exploration, one of us just really shooting around ideas of what we can do. And it has been amazing to have the support of Lindsay, Tian, and Bruce on that committee as well with us, because it has been such an organic space, because it is ad hoc, to really create ideas and explore them. However, some of the things that are coming soon to you all are so amazing and substantial. I can't wait till we come back to council with them and to the community. But I think some of the ideas that we'll bring in the future will need for this to be more of a standing. We had more impact when we were in this chamber, and I think it being as a standing committee, we can do a greater deal for our senior community, our aging community, and our community of our disabled and developmentally delayed and differently abled community. So I want to continue the torch just for informational purposes. An ad hoc committee ends technically after a year, and then it would have to come back for a vote. And I would hate to see all this work and progress stop at the end of this year. My specific ask on this one is to ask that we allow the ad hoc to continue out to the end of this fiscal year, and that in January, we begin a standing committee for this one that would normally meet here in this dais on an agendized time frame to allow residents of the city of Brentwood to really weigh in, to give us further suggestions, and then to give council, the standing committee, the opportunity to make recommendations to the city council.
And the Debbie one as well.
Yes, I'm sorry, and Debbie. Yep, same, everything I said, echo it to Debbie.
At this time, we will open public comments.
At this time, the public present in the chambers is permitted to address the city council on this agenda item. And on Zoom, if you're on Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Remarks are limited to 5 minutes. Your microphone will be muted when the timer expires. And I received no written public comments for this item. I do have one card in person. Melissa?
It's late. I'll keep it brief. I support both of these becoming full standing committees. They are obviously important, as was mentioned earlier in the meeting. Diversity in Brentwood is huge. It's one of the first things that I noticed when I moved here 9 years ago, and it's just gotten even more diverse. I myself am both neurodivergent and queer. I know that has been said before. And so it goes back to the representation mattering. We see the comments everywhere. If people don't feel represented, if they don't feel like they have a voice, if they don't feel like they have a place they can come, they're not going to stick around. And then you end up with a sad beige city, which is not what I want for our city. It's not what I want for the city that my children live in. And so it's important. It's important to feel like they have a place that they can come and voice their concerns and voice their needs without just feeling like they're shouting into the void. So I would definitely support both of these committees becoming full standing committees. Thank you so much for your time.
I have no additional speaker cards and there's no hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public comments, move into council discussion, or do I have a motion?
No, I'm just in full support, and I appreciate all the time and effort you put into the committees. I think they are such a value add to our community, like Melissa mentioned. So thank you so much, and thank you for making them permanent.
Totally agree.
I completely support them being, I'm on board. Let's go.
Okay, do I have a motion?
No. What we will need before you make a motion is, since it's going to become a standing committee, is a date and time, because then we'll need to notice that, and that gets incorporated into the webpage so the public's aware of when these meetings will be held. And there's one of the.
So I would prefer to wait until they actually are scheduled to become standing committees at the beginning of the year. We don't know at that point if the same people are going to be on these committees and what their schedules will be. So how can we make that work? If we're putting it off till January.
I assume by you want to make them standing committees, you wanted that more immediately?
No.
Oh, well, then this could have waited till January. Right? Oh, I thought because it was coming now, you were wanting to change it immediately.
No, in my informational, I said, my ask is that we keep the ad hocs as ad hocs until the end of the fiscal year. And then the standing begins in January. I'm sorry, calendar year. Thank you. To the end of the calendar year. Thank you so much. And then we'd make the standing committees begin in January, which means, I guess, whatever is the council at the time could decide when they're seated to be on the committee to pick the date.
And are you making the motion?
I'd like to make a motion that the Debbie and the Age and Disabilities Friendly Communities Committees both are transformed from ad hoc to standing committees. And in January, thank you.
I will second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
The item moves
So
unanimously.
we did not talk about future agenda items, and there was one that Councilmember Pierson and I may want to bring forward.
Okay, that is the very next question
It's on here though, isn't it?
on item 7. I'll take, okay. So yes, any new future agenda items?
I think we came to the conclusion we don't need to make one because we
Oh,
can just
okay.
bring it to the committee without making a future agenda.
Got it. All right. Then I'd like to make a motion to.
Before I take a motion to adjourn tonight, I would like to adjourn in honor of the Port Chicago 50 and their families. These men took a stand for what was right, in knowing full well that they were going to be attacked, denigrated, punished, and even imprisoned, and yet they had the courage and dignity to take a stand for the safety of their fellow shipmates and humans against all odds. And it is far, far, far past time for us to give them the dignity and honor that they have earned, deserved. And I am very thankful for our representatives, our Board of Supervisors, and as well as our council members that have worked diligently in support, and our city staff that has also helped craft the letters that we sent in full support of this. And I am so thankful for our representatives at the federal, state, and local level who have supported these men and their family, and finally the right thing has been done after all this time. So I'd like to adjourn in honor of these fine men.
And Mr. Mayor, I want to say thank you for that. We passed a resolution in support, and I appreciate it. I also would like to ask one more add-on to that, if you would honor it. We have a restaurant, Rubiano's, right around the corner here. I graduated from high school with the owner, and he's now on ICU after having a heart attack. So if we can just, in adjournment, consider his family in a moment of silence too, I would really appreciate that. And there's a GoFundMe for Ruben De Silva. Yeah, thank you.
With that, I'll ask for a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Thank you. We are adjourned.